What's up, y'all? Listen, ain't no need acting like y'all don't know how technology runs, right? So we had some technical difficulties that took us a bit beyond the time, but we are absolutely excited we're here, right? We're excited to be with you guys on today. It is the first day, the inaugural day of ReManned Live, Beyond Excuses. Right? Yeah, because a part of what we have discovered is this particular season, or Beyond Grievances, this particular season creates space for everyone to make excuses. We were just laughing a moment ago about your definition for excuses. You want credit for it. And I mean, certainly, man. I mean, last time I want to do it around the world, but it's okay. It's everybody knows. It's credit. Share what that is. Okay. What an excuse is.
So my definition of an excuse is your inability to find a solution to your problem. Right? And that's what most people do. They automatically give up instead of trying to search out the best possible way to resolve the issue.
Yeah, no doubt about it, man. And that's what we're trying to do. It looks it's all right. Not really like that kind of impressed. But today, y'all, we're going to kind of set the tone in a moment. We're going to bring on a dear friend of mine, the president of City Council for Wilmington. President Hanifa Shabazz is going to come on, and she's going to share greetings to the ReManned Project and the work that we are doing. And then we'll be back and kind of set the tone for what's going to happen on the day. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
It's going to be amazing. So without further ado, we are going to bring on Council President Hanifa Shabazz. Good morning, sis.
Good morning. It is truly a pleasure to be here with you on this morning and this great program. And Dr. Morton, at any time for me to have a conversation with you and to share. But on behalf of the city of Wilmington and the city of council, it gives me great pleasure and honor to welcome and acknowledge this this morning, and all the great work that you're doing, not just here in Wilmington, but across the country and on your other affiliates. Um, can you hear me? Am I good? So, the ReManned program is so important to the city of
I
Wilmington,
can hear you.
especially.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The ReManned program is so important to the city of Wilmington, especially what issues we're having with our young people today. And to know that such a project headed by such great men as yourself, and understand the importance that steel sharpens steel. Who else best can help a man get back in his position but a man who has walked the walk, fell down, picked back up, found himself, and to share and to teach others how to make that journey. With women coming into leadership, and I'm proud to say to be the first woman president of city council, it's important now more than ever that our men work with us and see us not as a threat to power, but as a partner to come together to, as I heard you speak about the definition of an excuses, to work together to figure out what needs to be done so that we can bring the family back together, so that we could then bring the community back together and then get our city back on the way of it should be in our nation. So I just cannot tell you how excited I am about your ReManned project and the great work you're doing, because we now know that we women stepping up to do our share in leadership know that we got some great strong men to work alongside of us to give us the strength and the compatibility that's needed to bring our nation back to where it should be. So I applaud your great work. And Donald, I'm just a phone call away, as always has been. I've always enjoyed our conversations, whether talking about life or whatever we have shared with each other. Know that I'm still here for you, whatever I can do, whatever capacity that the Lord puts me in. So congratulations and a great successful program.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we have had such great dialogues in times past. I'm looking forward to it again. You are a phenomenal leader who has done tremendous things, not just for this city, but for our country. And so thank you so much for your years of service. And the best is yet to come. We're winning and making sure some things happen. And I'm looking forward to having some coffee or tea. I don't really drink coffee.
I know.
Have some tea with you and just kind of hang out and talk a bit. Thank you so much, President Shabazz, for hanging out with us today.
And if I can share one other word, I just look forward to you and your work. I can see just what the Center for Disease Control report that we put together. You're already fulfilling one of those major recommendations, and that is to become a mentor and find a safe an adult that our young people can turn to for guidance and support. So again, like minds think alike. And I know that the implementation of those recommendations for the Center for Disease Control report about the violence that our young people are experiencing through this societal trauma that they have been affected upon, that we as adults never had to deal with. Again, I cannot say how proud I am and excited that your program is moving forward to fulfill those recommendations. I'm done for real.
Thank you so much. And yeah, you should know President Shabazz, that work that she did, Ron, was around the CDC report. I was a part of that group that came together to try to figure all of that out after the report came. And that work informed a lot of the ways in which the ReManned project shows up. And so thank you for your tireless effort in making sure those things happen. It gave us a great foundation because everything we do has to be based on data. We can't just keep pulling stuff out of thin air, right? So I want to thank you so much for that work and we're looking forward to working with you in the future.
Me also look for it as well.
So,
Congratulations.
that is President Hanifa Shabazz, tremendous leader.
Right, and he got that CD report done. It was major. We had a lot of people talking in back rooms about issues, but she did it the right way.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, she brought in to give it credibility.
Yeah,
to what people were talking about.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, that's how you get stuff done.
I agree. And a broad range of individuals were at the table, right? I was at the table. Elected officials were at the table. Community leaders were at the table. So I think that work did a great job at being able to inform us and give us the data necessary. Part of that was, how do we interact with families, right? Families become incredibly important to our young people in being able to help them out.
And I look at families now, the dynamics of families now is so broad.
Yeah.
But we still have to view it as a family.
Yeah.
You know, we still have to put those resources up to people to get them to understand that we're here to help.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be an incredible day. A phenomenal day. And you guys are here to hang out with us and to make sure that we keep it 100. Make sure that you comment in the chat. Make sure that you're letting us know any questions that you have. You'll be able to do that. There's going to be someone in the chat answering those questions for you. And so it's going to be a powerful time.
One more time.
What powerful time, right? And so let me just kind of set the tone for what's going to happen for you guys over the course of this day into this evening, tomorrow,
then the
graduation, the brothers on Saturday. We proud of those dudes too, man, that are graduating from the ReManned project. So we have a litany of things that are going to be taking place, right? One is we've got morning glory coming up, because here's what we know, right? No matter what you think, a significant part of a man's growth is his spirituality.
Gotta have it.
You gotta have it, right? And I know that there are a number of people, institutions, organizations that don't place a high value on that. But the truth of the matter is, you won't be successful as a man unless you have some degree of spirituality. Now, before you turn us off, this ain't a Christian issue, right? He was, here he go. We're not even going there with him, right? So this is not a Christian issue. We have inside the ReManned project Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, agnostics, individuals that don't necessarily subscribe to any particular faith, right? But they have found a particular value in aligning to their higher self, their higher power, whoever they call him. So I am a practicing Christian, unapologetically, right? But we also get this week I'm a Christian, right? This dude has been a part of every single, not just denomination. This dude has been a part of every single religious construct that there is. So that's a part of the reason why he's sharing that. But we do understand the value inside the ReManned project of spirituality, meditation, yoga, those things that are universal principles of alignment.
The breathing technique.
The breathing
where it
technique.
centers you, you know. We'll briefly speak about one guy that said this stuff. Well, he didn't say it. It was words. But this stuff don't work.
We can't even tell you what he said.
And it went from him saying this stuff don't work to him actually leading that portion of our class.
Yeah, actually. And he is our valedictorian for graduation. I'm so proud of that cat. I don't know what to do, right? So we've got that coming up. We've got a period of fitness coming up, right? Because we want to get your blood moving. Now, I don't know that we're dressed to, I may do it anyway. I don't know, right? But we've got a period of fitness coming up with Barry Milburn. And it's just going to be an incredible time throughout.
Action-packed all day.
Action-packed all day. We got success suites that are coming. Those are times that are breakout sessions. We've got the Division of Child Support Services. So any man who in the state of Delaware has a current child support case that you need someone to take a look at, we have someone in the room today. Where they do that at?
I'm telling them,
right?
We're full service.
We full service institution and agency, right? Where guys can come and be able to find out what's going on with their case and just kind of get some further instruction.
Get some things to help them out so they can better understand their case.
Right, because a lot of times we simply don't. I remember when I was coming up and coming through, I didn't understand it all. So we've got those things coming up, major things that are going to be happening. It's going to be an exciting time. And so that's our time for this particular segment. And I want you to stay tuned. Do not leave us. We got some things that are taking place. Stay right there.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. God bless you all. Hello, hello. God bless you all, man. I'm so honored to be a part of this. Dr. Donald Morton is doing such a huge thing here and is presenting us men with an opportunity that is beyond my wildest imagination. So big shout out to Dr. Donald Morton for putting this thing on, for being the CEO and the patriarch and the catalyst of making great men great, or going beyond their grievances, going beyond what their social status has led them to believe that they are. I'm Brandon Woodson. I'm a locally known pastor here over a South Campus called Faith Culture Church right here in Austin, Texas. I'm also a certified Christian life coach, and I've been blessed and honored with the privilege of bringing you this morning's Morning Glory. So I want to open up with a story. There once was a king who ruled a kingdom on the edge of a then known town. It was very well known. It was on the edge of a cliff, and the king used to spend a lot of his time with his best friend growing up, often listening to his advice. So his friend had a habit of looking at every situation that ever occurred in his life, be it positive or negative, with optimism. And so he usually responded, "This is good. This happened for a reason." And so the king, even after all these years, was still surprised his friend's perspective about the positive side of every situation that happened in life. I mean, you couldn't bring this man down for nothing. They went into a dense forest one day, just outside the borders of their kingdom. And so they uncharted to an uncharted land. And while hunting, the friend would load and prepare the gun for the king. And so when the king saw an animal and he wanted to shoot, he took a gun from his friend and aimed it at his target. So one day when the king felt that his aim was just right, he saw a target that he wanted to shoot at, an animal that he wanted to shoot at, felt as though he had the right target, felt as though he had the right aim. And so when he felt as though everything was right, he took the gun from his friend, who then loaded the gun, and then he fired the gun. But then as he fired the gun misfired and blew off the thumb of the king. So his friend had apparently done something wrong while loading and preparing the gun, or at least that was the first thing that came to the king's mind. So recognize now what's going on. The king was out hunting one day with one of his best friends. His best friend was loading the gun. As the king saw an animal that he wanted to shoot, he grabbed the gun from his friend, aimed at the animal, fired the gun fired back or misfired and blew off his thumb. So now the king is sitting by the side of his friend who is the king. And so all of a sudden he says, "Don't worry about the situation. Don't worry about it. You're okay. Listen, everything is good. What's happening right now is working out. Look, it's happened for a reason. I promise you." The king got angry that his thumb had been blown off due to his friend's mistake. And even though it seemed like all else was falling apart, his friend was still optimistic about the situation. So now the king really got frustrated, because how in the world is this good that you didn't blew off my thumb because you misdid or made a mistake with loading the gun? This is not good. He said his friend is still insisting, "King, this is definitely a good situation. It means a lot." So about a couple months later, so after all of that whole mishap, the king took his best friend and had his guards throw him in jail. After a few months later, the king goes back and he's dealing with this battle in his mind that he just threw his best friend, whom he's known all his life, behind bars. And so anyway, one day as he's going out a couple of months later, he finds himself wanting to go back out and hunt. And this time he goes back into a place that is supposed to be null and void. It's beyond the borders of his kingdom. He's not supposed to be in that area, but the urge of wanting to go hunting again got the best of the king. So he grabs all of his his guns, grabs some of his guards, and he heads out and goes hunting. He finds an animal, and just before he's getting ready to shoot, some cannibals come behind him and start wrestling and tie him up, dismay the guards, do away with the guards, and they drag the king, some cannibals, drag the king and take them back to his land. As they're tying the king up, they're getting ready to put him on fire, tied him to a stake, tied his hands together, tied his feet together. They set some wood around the altar, or around their altar. They're doing their chants and their dances. They tie the king to the post. They're getting ready to strike the match, and one of the cannibals realizes his thumb is missing. Now, the king is so surprised and baffled. He said, look, his thumb is missing. One of the cannibals says, his thumb is missing. His thumb is missing. Stop the ritual. And the cannibals have a strong belief, a strong religious background and tradition. They don't like to eat anything that's not whole. So they untie the king, they let him go free. As the king returns back home, he realizes and remembers the incident that caused him to lose his thumb in the first place. And by that, he started feeling sad, he started feeling depressed, he started feeling down, that he had just thrown his best friend in jail for months, all because he blew off his thumb, and then come to realize that if it hadn't happened for that situation, he would have been eaten by cannibals. So he goes immediately to the prison, he opens the prison doors, and he embraces his best friend, and he says, friend, I'm so sorry. You know, he just wants to forgive his best friend. And so they have this encounter of embracing, all because of a situation that happened that was wrongfully allotted. And so his friend is just like, listen, man, don't even worry about it. Everything worked out. This happened for a good reason. And once again, the king is so crazed that his friend is still optimistic. He says, how in the world is this a good situation for you? You're my best friend, and I just threw you in jail. How do you not hate me right now? His best friend looked at him and said, listen, what you saw it as you throwing me in jail. He said, but if you hadn't thrown me in jail, you would realize that I would be with you. My body is whole, which means that the cannibals would have taken me, and they would have eaten me and let you go. He said, the problem is you need to see the whole context. Oh man, good morning, good morning, good morning. I want to come out and back up that story with this scripture real quick. 2 Corinthians 4:18 says that while we do not look at the things which are seen, but at the things which are not seen. For the things which are seen are temporary, but the things which are not seen are eternal. And so many times we are not told, or told not to look at the things on earth which is to pass away. See, the earth and everything in it will one day pass away. That is the truth. And even that the earth itself is a temporary nature, there's a dichotomy here in this morning glory text that represents and distinguishes that of the flesh and that of the spirit. See, the flesh represents all that you can see with the physical eye, but the spirit is of the invisible realm. And see, that which we cannot be seen by any other means but by faith. And see, it's the living realm. And so faith is the external realm, or the substance that yields and delegates life to your inner being. However, faith can often sometimes be hindered by our trials and our circumstances and the issues of life. And oftentimes we even more so, it gets interrupted given the trials that come to build our faith. And there are many times, many men here on this morning who, like the king in our story, have become dismembered by way of a trial and error. See, our current affairs of life's hardships have backfired as you are aiming to hit your mark. And as a result, you become disjointed, derailed, diseased, displeased, and distant from life itself, disconnected from family and purpose, and disillusioned from identity. But I tell you, there is hope, because on this morning, as this morning glory goes forward, and for the next 2 days, the ReManned Project appeals your consideration that your present sufferings are not worth comparing to the coming glory as we repurpose, reset, and restore the culture of manhood, one man at a time. And that starts here, now, today. Won't you join me in prayer? Well, Father, in the name of Jesus, great and glorious God you are, how we come before you humbly in our hearts, our minds, our souls, and we put away and put off anything, Lord God, that is disheartening, anything, Lord God, that may come into our atmosphere or our environment that causes discouragement, dishonor, displeasure in your sight. God, I'm praying over each and every man on this morning and the mornings to come, and even therefore after. Lord God, that you begin to resonate and encounter them. Give them an encounter, Lord God, that only you can give them an encounter. Give them a Jacob encounter, that as they dream and sleep at night, you encounter them to show yourself who you truly are. Father, in the name of Jesus, I'm praying that as this goes forward, as this ReManned project births out such great men, I'm praying, Lord God, that you establish them, that you restore them, that you reset them, and that you begin to rebuild who they were truly intended to be. Help them to get to the center of who they are. Father, you breathed life into the nose of a species called man. And at the center of each and every one of us, though you gravitated us, you pulled us together from the dust, our bodies are only the shell of who we truly are on the inner side, on the inside. You said, greater is he that is within us than he that is in the world. So I'm praying, Lord God, that as we diminish and empty ourselves, we find ourselves at the center of who you've called us to be, and that is spirit. So in the name of Jesus, I'm praying, Father, that your love and that your peace and that your strength, Lord God, gives us strength and restores us as the man is properly restored back into his family, back into his home, back in his rightful position. Will you give the man, every man that is on here this morning, his rightful place and his rightful voice? I pray, Lord God, that you do not allow anything in our circumstances or our situations to stifle or shut up the voice of each and every man that is here today. I'm praying, Lord God, that as we move forward, you continue to bless and use Dr. Donald Morton, that in this time and in this season, Lord God, that this thing blows up out of control, beyond what we can think, dream, or even imagine. And I'm praying, Lord God, that as this moment in history goes forward, that you bless it with your word, bless it with your breath, and breathe a fresh wind. And these things I pray in Jesus' name. God bless you all, and I love you. I'm Pastor Brandon. I will see you all later on. God bless.
Yo, that's a powerful, powerful word. From the moment he opens up to the time of prayer, talking about, this battle, this war, right? And then praying that the ReManned project blows up out of control, right?
Remember, we talk about that we're going to change culture one man at a time.
Yes, sir.
So it's definitely going to blow up.
Yeah, and that's a good point to be able to talk about. And that is, we're not just after men. We're after changing the entire culture.
Right.
And we believe that changing that culture happens to the degree and to the extent that we get men in their proper rightful places. Now, we always got to qualify that, right? Because what we're not saying is that there isn't any value in our sisters. Our sisters have been holding it down.
Very, very, very long time.
Yeah.
And we need their support.
Absolutely.
We absolutely need their support, but we have to be a better version of ourselves.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, let's just keep it 100, man. We haven't been the highest versions of ourselves, right? In a way that is meaningful for ourselves, our families, and the overall society. So we got to be honest about where we stand and whether or not society has been able to count on us as Black men to be able to handle our business in the way that we should.
Yeah, a lot of times we have to face our stuff.
Yeah.
I'm using clean words.
Yeah, I don't know why. and that's the other thing, right? So inside the ReManned project, it is an authentically masculine space.
Yes.
Right? There are no holds barred. Ain't nobody, no one is attempting to kind of squash language. We let them say whatever they need to say without saying, "Oh, watch your mouth." That comes later, where they check themselves, like, yeah, doc,
and it worked.
And it worked.
Right. That's when you start understanding that I have a higher standard for myself.
Right.
And once we establish that standard, we lift up the standards of society.
Ooh, say that again, man. You done hit another one, boy. You done hit another one.
That's another t-shirt, Chris. That's a
t-shirt. Chris, I know you watching, man. That's a t-shirt. Shout out.
Yes.
To Collins and Collins.
Yes.
Right? That's their company. Who does, our shirts and things of that nature. So I want.
And he has a quick turnaround time.
A quick turnaround
right.
time.
You say, man, that's a t-shirt. Next thing you know, say, what color you?
He at the door, right, with the t-shirt. So what we're experiencing now is let's be clear, we're in a crisis.
We actually, I believe we're beyond a crisis. We've been in a crisis for a minute, so we're at the next stage
of a crisis, of whatever that is.
Whatever
right?
that
so,
is.
So all of us know about the pandemic that we are in, social distancing or physical distancing, because you should still be social. But to your point, I think it bears repeating that we've been in a challenge, distress for decades. So this isn't new. The way that men are showing up now isn't new. So how do we turn it? What do we do to turn it? And let's address the fact that if we could have turned it alone by ourselves without any support at all, it would have already been done. So we've successfully created a space for men to be supported, to be strengthened, to grow, to develop. I'm a teacher, you're a teacher, but then we have this peer relationship, right, where brothers will check brothers. I really love what's happening on the inside.
Oh man, and that's the best way to learn, because when peers check each other, that means they understand the content.
Yeah.
They get it.
Yeah, man. So y'all, you gotta, if you are a man, or if you are a wife to a brother, you're a mother to a son. The ReManned project is fire. And it's not just because it's the organization that God has privileged me to found, right? That's not it. Quite frankly, I'm grateful that he did, but we stepped into a space that is absolutely necessary.
But it's a unique space because although everybody seen it was needed, people put a plethora of programs out there, but none specifically catering to adult men,
black males. And that again is not side-eyeing any program, because every single one of the programs are necessary. Every youth program, which is customarily, traditionally who you've dealt with, right? Every youth program is necessary. Every program for our sisters is necessary. So it's all of us working together that really makes it happen in the way that we need it to happen.
That's right. I'm always saying there's no one part is greater than the sum of the whole.
Say that again.
No one
Never
part
mind. Don't even worry about it. That boy get famous. He get on set and get famous. And people asking, like, is this how y'all interact all the time? Absolutely. One of the things that we didn't want to do is sit behind the desk and just talk to y'all from the desk. That's not how we get down. This is how we clown each other. I'm gonna call him some names up here. He's gonna call me some names because he don't have any respect for me at all. So he's gonna call me some names.
I respect you. I call anytime I text you. Do I not put sir?
You do every single time. Yes, sir. But it's what you say afterwards that I don't hear. That is the real issue. This brother has been my friend for years now, and when I say that he's had my back,
can't tell that.
through but through struggles. And let me just do this because I feel like it, right? And I think one of the problems with manhood is we refuse to be authentic, right? I got a story, y'all, and many of y'all know my story, right? I can tell my story simply because I'm not ashamed of my story. My story has helped to craft the man that I am today. But a part of what I want to say, there was a lot of people while I was out I was wild. I was wild and doing dumb stuff. I mean, hurting people unnecessarily. I was such the immature guy, right? And so many people, because you are my friend, many people saying that dude is enabling him. That dude wasn't enabling me.
They don't know the conversation.
That dude would say, hey, Donald, Doc, you gonna call me Doc. Doc, come on, man, make up your mind. What you gonna do? You can't keep doing this. And it was that kind of friendship, right? That brought me out of that situation. Everybody thinks it was all the stuff that came out. It wasn't the stuff that came out, because the stuff could have come out and I still not make adjustments, right? The truth is I made adjustments because I have brothers like him in my corner always saying to me, hey man, you better than this. This is crazy, right? So I don't know a time that you ever said, man, you good. Just
No.
just do your thing, you good. Talk about some of the conversations we had. Because I think it's necessary for every brother to understand you got to pass, but you ain't got to stay there. Right? There's room for growth and development. And, you know, whatever you did in the past, bro, there's still room for you to be able to grow.
You know, I tell people all the time, you're not your mistake.
Yeah.
You a good person or whatever you're at that did something that was out of your character.
Yeah.
But you got to come back. And
I know, man. I know. I'm frustrated for you. The kinds of conversations and the length, the board, my mom calls it the patience of Job. This dude had the patience of Job, just trying to make sure that, you know, I kind of got back on track. And
what was consistent though?
What was consistent? What I was doing?
My message.
Your message was consistent because what I was doing was consistent, right? I mean, facts. But why hang in there though? I mean, why didn't you give up on me? Because many did. Many said, man, this dude ain't never gonna shift. But you did.
But that's because, not putting anybody down, is if you have character, and you've been there for somebody, you don't turn your back.
Wow, say that again.
You know, if you got character and you've been there for somebody, you don't turn your back.
And you didn't. I mean, and so I'm grateful that I owe, and I humbly say this, I owe a part of who I am to the fact that a brother didn't give up on me. And that's the message of the ReManned Project. The message of the ReManned Project is I don't care where you are. I don't care what you've done. We just don't care.
You can't be judgmental.
Yeah.
And a lot of people become judgmental. The one thing about this program, I'm reading this book, and they said people will engage in what they believe in.
Yeah.
And the young men that are graduating believe in this.
And they are, I mean, the transformation that is happening before our very eyes is bananas.
Including the people that you think are very successful.
Right. So boy, talk about that. I ain't even gonna interrupt you.
No,
this is a blooper I'm gonna give, right? Michelle, can I have a paper towel or something? We got people in here. I ain't just talking to myself, y'all. Steve's over there handling this business. That's my man.
We got a whole audience back over there.
We got a whole audience back over there. He telling us what to do. Michelle is I get on Michelle's nerves. Thank you, Michelle. I get on Michelle's nerves. So okay. Yeah, yes, sir.
But you notice though, I don't even sweat. That's how cool I am.
Oh my God. This dude, well, I'm sweating and I'm still cool, right? So for the next 30 seconds, man, because we gotta go to the next phase. We do have in the program guys that are from different walks of life.
Yes.
Seconds? Okay. Yeah. So we're gonna talk to y'all about that. And the next segment. This is live, y'all. So it's not like we're taped. All right. So we'll see y'all in a minute.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everyone? How is everyone? I am thrilled, super excited to be a part of the ReManned project. Inside of the fitness realm of the ReManned project. My name, first and foremost, is Barry Milburn Jr. I am from Wilmington, Delaware. I am just thrilled to be a part of what I'm just going to call the restoration of man, in particular the Black man, and my portion would be around fitness and restoring, the man, or like I said, more in particular the Black man. A little bit about myself. Believe it or not, I'm 43 years old. I'm a father of one, uncle to like a whole bunch. Like I just love people, kids in general as well. And I got started on my fitness journey maybe 8 years ago. Starting out like in a really, really dark place. And if you go all the way back, this is where I'm supposed to be inside of fitness. You're speaking to, you're looking at someone who's underwent 3 open heart surgeries. I am like a walking miracle. So health is where I need to be, not just for myself, but for so many others, to become a voice for the voiceless. Um, that are those that are out there struggling with their health, looking for some assistance, not sure where to go. And again, I've been, invited to be part of the ReManned project to not only be a voice for men, but in particular Black men and all over the world. So again, I'm just like really thrilled to be with you guys for the next couple of minutes. I'll be with you guys tomorrow. I'll be sharing some home workouts that you can do right in the comfort of your own home. Like I'm in my studio now. This is where I get it in around with, COVID being a real thing right now. We're practicing the social distancing thing right now. So, I've created, within the last probably 4 or 5 months, some phenomenal online workouts where you can, work out in the comfort of your own home. Again, being part of the ReManned project, I will be bringing you guys that piece, some things that you can do in the comfort of your own home. So again, I'm just really, 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 really excited about being a part of of the ReManned project and bringing fitness to those. Um, Bringing fitness to those, if fitness matters to you, and it really matters to you, because without your fitness, without your health, I mean, you really don't have anything else. I mean, most times we don't appreciate our health until we no longer have it. So, I am out to be that messenger, that voice to like how you really get started on your health, like right now. Don't wait. Like just really get started. Start to acknowledge, and be authentic. Acknowledge what you're dealing with, how long you've been dealing with it, and really start to take action, a new form of action that you've never tried before, or you may have got stopped somewhere, right? So that's what I'm here for. I'm excited about it. I'm ready to rock and roll. Yes, and I'm just ready. I'm ready to go. Let me see. Again, I've started my fitness journey about 7-8 years ago. I won a fitness competition. That was in 2014. Mr. Philadelphia, it was the Philadelphia Classic 2014. Won the lightweight championship in that division. That's a little bit more about myself, and I've just impact. I've just been around. Like I said, I'm from the Wilmington, Delaware area, and I'm just, I'm grateful to be connected with so many people. And fitness, has been the vehicle that has allowed me to be, connected and also reconnected with those that I may have known in the past, but I've been reconnected with them and reconnected with them newly, and they're starting to take on their health and well-being. So it's just been great. Fitness has opened up so many doors for me, so much so to be able to be with you guys and share myself, around fitness and my journey and my health that I've dealt with. Like I said, I've had 3 open heart surgeries. So, I'm a heart survivor. Health is near and dear to me. Eating right, drinking plenty of water, exercising, just in recent research, per the American Heart Association, we are required, or invited to take on 30 minutes of cardiovascular activity per day, and um, 150 minutes a week, which would break down to 30 minutes per day. So that's 5 days a week, or if you're doing 7 days a week, which are allowed to work out every day a week, every day of the week if you choose. I just invite you to like really eat accordingly to when you work out. Some of us, we don't eat enough, and we're doing all these heavy workouts. We'll be talking about that a little bit more around nutrition as well as fitness. But per the American Heart Association, 150 minutes per week of cardiovascular exercise conditioning. Like I said, that's 30 minutes per day. If you really think about it, that's barely 4% of your day, maybe 1% of your day. Like I said, if you're doing it 7 days a week, then it's only about 20. So basically what I'm pointing to is you don't need to be in the gym 2 hours and all that. If you're in the gym more than 2 hours, then you're probably not getting the results that you're really working towards. And again, we could talk more about that. What else? Yeah, so I'm open I'm open for any questions. I got about 5 minutes left. I'm available. I'm a wealth of knowledge. Again, I'm just like really excited to be with you guys. But I'm a wealth of knowledge. I'd love to answer any questions, take any questions, things I may have left out. And yeah, I'm just excited to be with you guys. Thank you for allowing me to share myself. I look forward to being with you guys throughout the retreat. Tomorrow, what I'll be bringing is I'll be bringing about a 7-minute workout that you can do right in the comfort of your own home. Tomorrow is Friday, and I like to call Friday feel good flex Friday. So not only is tomorrow Friday, I'm going to be with you guys tomorrow so that we can not only feel good but flex on a Friday, and it's going to be exciting. I can't wait to be with you guys, and I look forward to being with you guys. Stay safe out there around COVID. COVID is still a thing. Stay safe. Be responsible for not only your health and well-being, but the health and well-being of others. Like I said, social distancing, wearing proper PPE, things of that nature. And, again, the world will work once again the way we would like it to work. And again, I'm just thrilled to be part of the ReManned project in the restoration and the rebuilding of what it means to be a man, and more in particular, a Black man. So again, thank you guys for allowing me to share, being with you guys. I look forward to being with you guys tomorrow. Bring the energy, because we'll be working out for about 7 minutes, as I mentioned. It's been great being with you guys. Again, my name is Barry Milburn Jr. More about that and how you can follow me and find me on all social media. All right. Again, it's been wonderful being with you guys, and thank you very much for your time.
Danielle Hall is a wife, mother, veteran, and businesswoman with a passion to uplift everyone. A fiercely independent voice, putting families first and holding Dover politicians accountable. Danielle Hall, so that all may prosper.
Good morning. My name is Eric Robinson. I am the National Director of the ReManned Project. I would like to welcome you and thank you for making the investment to attend our 2.5-day transformational virtual summit. You'll hear a lot of speakers come forth and talk about realities that impact us all, whether it be individually, whether it be our families, whether it be our homes, whether it be our communities. But I want you to understand some very important facts that you need to take away from this summit. First off, when you look at our communities, when you look at our school systems, when you look at what goes on in our neighborhoods, on our street corners, and even in boardrooms, there's a reality that we must come to grips with and begin to make an investment in. The reality is that Black maleness is under attack. It has been under attack longer than we can even think about or even openly discuss. Look at the reality. There are numerous statistics that point to the harshness of what happens when a male is not present in his home, when a male doesn't have the authenticity or the maturity necessary to lead. One of the realities of what we do in our program is we begin to take a man through a transformational project that is about helping him become a man of nobility. It starts with looking at how we are spiritually bankrupt and how we need the accountability thereof to grow. While that process will be talked about on a more detailed level throughout this summit, understand this. If we do not take a more prominent and a more impactful, and I mean impactful, stance in helping to address this through partnership. What does partnership look like for those looking to invest in the ReManned project? We need national organizations, we need community organizations, we need volunteers, we need men to stand up and begin to understand the work that is necessary to begin to rebuild our communities. How do we rebuild communities? We equip men with the tools that they need spiritually, emotionally, physically, psychologically in order to grow and prosper. Why is that so important? Just think about it. If you look at something as simple as incarcerating a man, now the family is missing a key component to what makes it work. Imagine a son crying in the middle of the night and being addressed by a mother about what is going on with his father. You would almost argue we hear stories all the time about men that are incarcerated being in college because the reality is our communities are stuck trying to carry the mantle for men that have lost their way. We could simply coin a phrase or use a term such as missed potential. What is missed potential? Missed potential is the reality that I'm gifted, that I'm wonderfully made, but I don't have the ability to self actualize and become a better version of myself because I don't have the fellowship, the guidance, and leadership of other men that can equip me with the skills that are necessary to lead myself, my home, and be a pillar in my community. When you think about those things, a word that readily comes to mind is authenticity. An authentic man has the ability to not only look at his wrongs, but also to be addressed on an accountable level by other men. For many of us, that is a foreign concept for us. But at the ReManned Project, we begin to bring men in who are invested in change. That change is so significant because it impacts those areas that I discussed earlier. It impacts us individually. It impacts us in terms of how we interact with our families. Think of something as simple as, is it socially acceptable for a man to openly cry and not be ostracized by others? Is it socially acceptable for a man to admit that he struggles with being faithful not only to his spirituality, but to his family? I could take myself for an example. Prior to becoming engaged in the ReManned project, I had worked on some skills, and if I made it a simple equation of it takes 100 areas for a man to be strengthened in order to lead and live authentically. Let's say I came to the ReManned project with, let's say, an average number of 75 areas covered, but those 25 areas are what caused me to live in dysfunction and to struggle like being stuck in the muck or the mud to free myself from those very things. Makes me think about, without fellowship, where would I actually be? Fellowship for us kind of is defined in terms such as a man to encourage me when I do not have the emotional fortitude or strength to move beyond the very things that discourage me. For example, I'm a father. I don't always have the skills or the knowledge that is necessary to lead my very family. But within the ReManned project, there's both education available, encouragement, and more importantly, someone on the other end of the phone that will walk out with me the things that are necessary in order for me to become better at what I do. So again, I just simply want to say to you, the reality is we need partnership. Partnership will provide the one thing that is the most important at the ReManned project. results. Those results are evident in the men that you will hear. They are evident in snippets and vignettes that we have produced over the years of just the product or the result of what we have done as men have transitioned through the character arc. I would both caution you and I would offer my humble plea to join us in helping to resurrect a community of men that are not only necessary for us to thrive as a nation, but necessary for us to rebuild our communities. I would argue it is okay to be angry, but it is not okay not to move into action. Too often we speak of what we need to do instead of moving into what we need to do. Today, I'm telling you, thrust yourself forward and begin to pick up whatever it is you can do to support the ReManned Project, whether it be monetary, whether it be voluntary, or whether it simply be the commitment of telling another man about the program so he can come join with us. Again, we need partnership so we can help men live more authentically. Enjoy what you're about to receive to nourish your soul and understand that it's done. It is done for the purpose of building community of men that will be able to go out and take back the homes, the communities, the schools, the boardrooms, and the larger territories that have always belonged to us. Enjoy what you receive.
Let's see. Here we go.
Okay.
Okay, so y'all couldn't hear me? Do sign language, Ron. Those are gang signs, bro. So this is live, y'all, with all of the bloopers, all that comes with. I think that's the best to do, right? Because a part of being people is being human, right? And all that comes.
But this is part of the ReManned. This has been authentic.
This is exactly what we do. This is not a show. I can promise you, this is not a show. This is not exactly. Scripted. This is not scripted. This is what we do. And I will tell you that a part of my own personal journey. We'll kind of go back to what we were talking about before. But a part of my own personal journey is learning to be okay with being not okay, right? That Steve, how's that for you, man? Is it? I'm talking to Steve like he's in front of the camera. but do you have moments where every I isn't dotted? Because you're a pretty polished dude. Every T isn't crossed. You know, how do you handle those moments?
Every day.
Every day, right? It's not like.
But that's the
Michelle don't wake up like that.
But that's the reality. That is a reality of life. Everything is not going to be perfect. 1, 2, 3, ABC.
Yeah.
Part of being a man is how do you adapt in those situations?
That is absolutely right. And in fact, that is what we teach, right? We deal with guys, some of which that are justice involved, right? They're coming out of the system back in life. And one of the things that Ron said early on to brothers is, look, when you get back out here,
that's right. Adversity gonna be sitting there waiting on you.
Adversity is waiting. Dude said adversity will throw you a party. It's been waiting on you. So life doesn't it's not, it's okay. I'll say it this way. See if our studio audience can agree, right? Life is messy.
It is very.
It's messy. It is very rarely polished, very rarely clean. And even when you show up in these spaces and these moments like this, all that's happening behind the scenes, one of the things we were laughing at is if people only knew all the stuff that happens behind the scenes to make this kind of thing happen, we would they would have a greater level of appreciation for it.
And the one thing about adversities and whatever it is that's going to walk into your life, it makes you stronger.
It can also destroy you. Like if you don't have a part of, right? Because a part of what we do is give guys capacity, right? The capacity to meet, face, and overcome adverse realities. That's Dr. Henry Cloud's definition of character, right? So if you don't have those tools, though, adversity will destroy you. It'll cripple you. In fact, there are many brothers that are watching us now. Your life is being crippled because you don't have the tools. It's not that you're a bad dude. You don't have the tools. So right. I think I don't disagree with you. I'm simply saying that a part of it is having these tools necessary to be able to be.
That's why the ReManned Project is around.
That's exactly why the ReManned Project is around.
If we look at just anything that you study, you have to go inside the classroom. You're going to have to do your clinicals or whatever.
Ooh.
That way, I got it.
Yeah.
And it clicks. Everybody is not going to be at the same level at the same time, but at some point they will. Now I understand.
Yeah.
Talk about that with the Montessori.
So our model is similar to that, right? We have open enrollment. Everybody in the ReManned Project is at different stages at different times, but we all help one another to grow, right? And it has been. I want to shout out to the brothers. Let's name some of. Can we?
No, I don't think so. No, not because we can, but we didn't get no disclosure sign.
Yeah, that's true. So we got all kind of. We can talk about Chris.
Yeah, we ought
Chris,
to talk about Chris.
We ought to talk about Chris, right? Chris, Tremel.
Yeah, we can talk about that.
We can talk about those brothers.
But they've grown.
Yeah, and they're in their second iteration of this, right? So they have not. I think the beauty of the ReManned Project is they have not left the process. Right. They went through the initial 6 months. They just went through another 6 months. And I pray that they'll go through another 6 months. And they are now helping to lead. Right. And they've got such great wisdom that they give because they've been through this process.
But going through the process, I don't care how many times you go through the process, you're still going to learn something about yourself.
Every day you got to wake up and face the character arc.
One thing about the character arc is each section is built off the last section.
Each section is designed that way. So it's not designed for you to hop in at any moment you want to hop in. You can get into the program, but you've got to go through the process in a sequential kind of order. Let's talk a bit about what it means, Ron, to be a man of color today. And I've heard so many guys, and I want to go back to, as much as I dread going back to it because it suggests that I've got to give you credit again, and I probably won't. But there's this prevailing thought, right? So we talk a lot about police brutality, which is on the table right now, right? White police officers that are killing unarmed Black men, right? And women, right? We talk a lot about poverty, right? That is happening in African American communities, Latino communities. But so I don't discount any of that. I think one of the things that King says is that the arc of the moral universe is long and it bends towards justice. But what most people don't acknowledge is he said it's long.
Very long.
It's very long, right? So it's going to take a minute in order for us to get the kind of results we really want to get.
Because we didn't get here overnight.
We didn't get here overnight. But Ron, I don't know that we have time to wait on the system. I think we've got to do some things that only we can do, be responsible for in order to see some
that
things
goes
happen.
back to accountability. I tell people all the time. People talk about the system. People talk about these things that are in place,
And we acknowledge them, right?
But my answer to them has always been, so what?
Yeah,
If you know it's in place, what are you doing to move around that system?
absolutely.
We have to learn how to navigate these things. If you truly believe that there are things in place, just learn how to navigate.
Yeah, and don't. So again, I want to kind of go back over this again. We are not saying that the system doesn't exist.
Yeah.
We're not saying that there isn't a structural system in place that at its very core is designed to be oppressive towards certain people groups. I'm not saying that that's not true. What I am saying though is, to Ron's point, since you know that's true, how are you going to show up? Because again, an excuse is,
That's right. Your inability to find a solution to your problem.
and the solution just can't be fix the systems and I'll be all right.
No.
we don't have that kind of time, right? So that's how the theme beyond grievances comes along, right? It comes because, you know, we do a lot of marching, and marching is necessary, right? We do a lot of have a lot of conversations, and conversations are necessary. All of those things are absolutely paramount. But look, man, at the end of the day, how we show up as individual men with regard to ourselves, our families, and this overall society is incredibly important. And we can't continue to point the fingers at others who would suggest, you know, if they would just do this, I would be okay. No. You have to take some ownership and responsibility for how you're showing up in life every single day.
I tell people all the time, you know, about the
Do you
marches
really
and
tell these people this all the time?
Yes, I do.
Or is this just kind of something that you say? Like, do you really?
I constantly say this all the time. Okay, no. Really, we can protest, march, we can do all these things, but if you stand outside of a building, you'll get your 5 minutes of fame. Right? Go inside that building and affect real change. So we have to not point our fingers at stuff. We got to put ourselves in a position where we can be at the table to make decisions.
But okay, so I agree with that. Where does it all begin, though? I remember going to the barbershop, Ron, when I had hair.
That was a very long time ago.
A long time ago, right? Really? so I remember going to the barbershop, and I asked Al, he was my barber, right? I asked Al, I said, hey, Al, I'm really struggling with how we can kind of turn the corner in our communities, right? Al said something that I'll never forget. I've used it inside the ReManned Project. I've talked with people all the time about it, right? Al said this. He said, hey, Don, if every man took care of his own yard, not pay attention to his neighbor's yard, if every man took care of his own yard, society changes. Isn't that simple?
It's that simple.
But it's so true.
But to even take care of your yard, you got to take care of yourself first. And that's the ReManned teaches us. In the beginning, you got to be selfish.
Yep. No, you got to say that again. Because I know people got their jaws dropped, right? You wouldn't mean selfish. That's the problem now. Men all of a sudden, no. Every man, let me give y'all this nugget that we get inside the ReManned Project. Every man must encounter a season of selfishness. He has to have it, right? And if he doesn't have it before he meets you, he's going to go back to recovery. Most people call it a midlife crisis, right? So when you see a dude in his 60s that go buy a motorcycle,
Get a Corvette with the roof
yeah,
down.
his Corvette, right? Everybody, what's going on with you?
Get a Jerry
He's
curl.
going back. No, man, I don't know. No brother going back to get a Jerry curl. But what he's doing is he's going back to recapture something that he missed. And it goes back to what Eric Robinson says all the time. He talks about how men are thrust into responsibility before they've had an opportunity to become men. So we believe in the ReManned Project that there should be manhood before fatherhood.
Absolutely.
Right? And that oftentimes we do it in the inverse, but we give men an opportunity to go back and recover that. Why? Not simply so that he can be selfish, but so that his selfishness in that season can show up. He's got it out of his system, and now he can show up and be who he needs to be as a husband and as a father.
And definitely the importance of being a father. We don't understand that our action, our energy, and all that, all of our children, sons and daughters, they pick up on that.
Yeah.
And then they see that as norm.
Yeah.
When it really isn't the norm.
Yeah.
And I've seen kids who tell me all the time, well, my dad was like that.
Yeah.
You know, I when I worked at the school, it was a young man that I was working with who ended up being his father's self. Ooh. For the same exact thing.
So let me get this straight, because that's a little hard to believe.
Yeah.
But it happens every day, right?
It happens.
I want you to hear what Ron just said. He said there was a young man that he was working with, right, who committed a crime, goes to jail, and his cellie is his father. And they're in prison for the exact same thing, right? So in Christian circles, we would call that generational curses, right? And I don't almost said a word. Man, I'm mean.
Oh, now you're offended.
Now you're offended. Now you get it together, right? A part of. I don't care what a person calls it. Just know that it's real, right? That there are young men that are crying out for this biological father that leaves a hole. And there are some, even that gentleman that you work with, oh man, I'm going to say something real deep. If you don't say this is deep, don't even worry about it. So here's the deal. Isn't it amazing that as effective as you are, and you are, I would say that publicly, right? Ron is incredibly effective in ministering to young men. That he's a former coach. You still coach?
I miss it.
You
I
miss
still train though.
basketball coaching?
Yeah, I miss it.
You want to tell them how greasy I treated you on the basketball court?
Never.
Boy, this is a line.
Let me tell you something, man. These elbows, I get him a good one.
So as much as you gave to him, would you agree that even though you gave him all you had, he still had a dad-sized hole, biological father-sized hole on the inside of his spirit?
You have to meet your biological father, because I lived it, I experienced it. You will always have questions about your stuff if you don't know your biological father.
Wow.
Always. Out of all the things I did, I was successful. I had just many things. I had so many questions about me until I met him.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That was a powerful day. I still remember it. I looked at him and cried because we are twins. I mean, we're physically twins.
Yeah.
Our spirit is exactly alike. He's a musician. I'm a musician. Like, we're twins in every aspect of being a twin.
Wow. So would you say that knowing him earlier would have given greater definition to who you are as a man? And so it's not that you stopped succeeding, you still succeeded, but you perhaps could have expedited that.
A lot of stuff.
Right? If you had a relationship with your biological father.
We have a great one now. I talked to him yesterday.
Okay. Do you guys look alike?
Exactly alike.
Wow,
I mean, I took my granddaughter down there to see him one time. When he opened the door, she just stood there looking at the door, looking at me, looked at the door, and looked at me.
Yeah, I feel sorry for him. Sir, I apologize. I genuinely apologize. My story is similar. You know, again, talking about how messy life can be.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everybody knows my mom. That's my baby. Shout out to my mom, Bishop Aretha.
The bishop.
The Bishop. Aretha Elva Nadine Jackson Adams Moore. I'm gonna put her over government up there, right? She'll call me later. And everybody knows my mom as this moral, upright person today, but she will tell you that she wasn't always that way. And so I grew up in a traumatic household. I just literally the other day just kind of sat and thought about all of the things that I had to endure. Right? You're a little older than I am. How old are you, Ron? Ron, the people,
They need to know.
the people need to know.
Okay, you can Google that. No, believe it or not, Doc, I'm 59 today.
Today your birthday?
That's right.
Oh man, happy birthday. I didn't know that. Thank you for hanging out with me on your birthday, boy.
Always. And I mean, just to put a little tidbit out there with my militant self.
Yeah.
Today, 1966, it was the birth of the Black Panther Party. So I'm honored.
I want to apologize to all of our funders and our sponsors.
No,
but it is.
yeah.
And look, whatever you think about the Black Panther Party, let me tell you what they did for our community.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean,
Let's be honest about it.
right. Let's be honest about the contribution that they made. You're talking about after school programs, you're talking about feeding programs, tutoring, those kinds of things that benefited our community, right?
But isn't that manhood?
That is absolutely manhood at the end of the day.
Right.
So my dad, man, my dad died early, right? He and my mom had some differences, right?
Different perspective.
There's some different perspectives. I remember as a young boy, man, my mom threw my dad through the window. It's glass everywhere. And the police, Michelle over there, like, yes, the police came and locked my dad up.
Oh yeah, they don't play.
They locked my dad up. So he's jumping up and down like, what are you doing? She threw me through the window, right? My dad was a chronic alcoholic. And my mother at that time, too, drank a whole lot. They used to have these card parties where they would play pinochle. And I remember like it was yesterday, my parents drank Inver House. You ever heard of Inver House?
Unfortunately, yes.
You probably have one in your back pocket.
No.
Inver House and Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Yes,
Beer.
definitely no boat.
Right? And so, okay, I will deal with that. Yes, ma'am. And so, you know, it was that, it was drinking, it was fighting, it was my dad not knowing how to show emotion, right?
But
so I grew up in that.
But that's general for most men. Because we've always been taught, suck it up, hold it in,
Yeah.
men don't cry.
Yeah.
You know, we're taught at an early age not to deal with our emotions.
Yeah.
Well, not to deal with it, not to show our emotions.
Yeah. And I want to shout this book out. It's a phenomenal book. Jason Wilson writes a book, Cry Like a Man. It is an incredible, incredible book that it's a required reading now inside the ReManned Project. But I mean, you're talking about parents who fought all the time, right? And me not having the kind of relationship with my dad where I could just kind of bust it up with him. I don't ever remember him saying to me personally, "Hey, son, I love you." You know what I mean? So I had a man in the house physically, but he wasn't there emotionally.
Right.
You know, and my dad didn't know his father. I met his father. My dad didn't know his father.
And that's something how a lot of times we deal with trauma without realizing that it's trauma.
Absolutely, Ron. Say that again, man.
And we deal with trauma, not realizing that it's trauma. And then I hear people always say, well, you know, you can just ask for help. Well, why would I ask for help if I don't know?
I don't even know
that I need help,
right? And so my mom and dad break up, right? He actually she leaves him. He comes home. I'm told the story later, right? He comes home. My mom has moved out. If you guys have any questions, do me a favor, place it in the comment and we'll answer them live. We want to engage with you guys. And you can also connect with the ReManned Project. Send us an email at info@remanned.org, info@remanned, ReManned.org. And there's a special gift that I'm going to give to you today as well. So look out for that, where you'll be able to get this, what I call the growth principles for maximize mindset, money, and manhood. It's going to be a powerful gift, free from us to you, something that I developed and designed especially for you guys. So do me a favor, go ahead and comment in the chat with any questions that you guys have, and we will answer them live. So my dad comes home, and my mom had already taken me, right? Wow, right? So I go, so he then moves to California. So I want you guys to see these stages that I'm in. So he's home and he's absent emotionally. Then he leaves geographically, right? And then my mom and dad are getting back together. They're going to reconcile. I'm a happy little boy, right? I'm 12, whatever. And the dude died. So now you got you got to understand how young I am, right? So I'm a young boy whose father didn't pay attention to him when he was in the house. And then he moved to California, Long Beach, California, which in my mind, you know, you can't move any further from Delaware to California without going international, right? And then before he's due to come home, he dies. He leaves me eternally. That's trauma, bro. Right? Because at least when he was in the house, I could see him. Even though he wasn't paying me any attention, I could at least physically touch him and see him.
And then as you got older, at least you would have been able to ask him a question.
Like, dude, right? Because when he dies and my mom flies him home, Ron, he's in the front of the church, he's in the casket, and everybody's crying. I'm angry. So everybody's saying, well, can't you, are you okay? Do you need to express yourself? I'm like, yo, I got so many questions that are inside that box, right? It's not like I get a chance to ask him now.
But that's why you were quiet, because you had an emotion that you internalized.
That I internalized.
You didn't just let it out.
I couldn't figure out. Then I'm mad at my mom. Like, couldn't y'all have worked it out? You know, he put up with your stuff the same way you put up with his stuff. So I'm angry with her. I don't really know enough about God to be pissed with God, but can I say piss on it? Angry with God, right?
You know about God now?
Yeah, I know God. I led you to the Lord. So I got all this stuff going on, man. And then my dad wrote a letter. He must have had a premonition. My dad died of chronic alcoholism. He drank himself to death.
That's why it's important for us to take care of our health.
Absolutely, man. And that dude, Ron, wrote a letter that my grandma, I still have it today. Here's what he says. This is why I respect him so much now, right? He said, he wrote it to my grandma, and he said, please tell my son, I loved him. I simply didn't know how to be a dad. That's the most vulnerable moment, right? He said, I love you through a letter.
But he said it.
But he said it.
He said it.
Right? And so oftentimes, man, there's a story behind the behaviors of these brothers, man. These brothers are hurting. This is not guys who are animals. These dudes are hurting. And when they come inside the ReManned Project, one of the things I'm giving you too much credit. One of the things I have said from the very beginning, right, is Ron said it in one of his interviews. Whether you, no matter whether you come from the block or whether you come from the boardroom, the thing that makes us all, the thing that we all have in common is that we're men, right? So all of us got something that we deal with. And I found out, Ron, that it's that issue with my dad, like so many other brothers. It's that issue with my father that really set me on a trajectory of trying to figure out who Donald Morton was. Because I'm a junior. I'm Edward Donald Morton Jr. don't that's my dad's name, bro. I'll steal you up here in front of every. We'll fight in front of everybody, right? Wouldn't that be true? We all here talking about peace and love. Not having your father in your life, how did that impact you in being a father? That is a very good question. Mm-hmm. And the truth of the matter, for whoever asked that question, the truth of the matter is, I didn't even know that it impacted me the way that it did. I had no real measuring stick, right? Until I grew up and figured out, I had to figure out on the fly, right? How to talk with my sons about sex and the behaviors that I'd exhibited. Because listen,
we don't even want to go there.
Man, I was a freak from the beginning. Right? as a child, my mom tells a story all the time. My mom a G. That girl caught me having sex at 8. How crazy? That's traumatic, right? 8 years old, I didn't know what I was doing. 8 years old, she caught me, beat the girl, because that's how they did back then, right? They beat everybody. Everybody get a beat. Beat me, beat the girl, send the girl home. So I needed to prepare my sons for some propensities that they would have. And I needed to have honest dialogue. A part of what I do celebrate about the differences that I made intentionally is because my dad wasn't he didn't communicate. Right. I intentionally do that with my children, right? I intentionally ask Hunter, Keshad, Amber, I ask them questions, right? Where are you? And they know what my standard is, right? And I have standards. Look, this is the other thing for fathers. I got standards that I haven't always obeyed myself, but it's still the standard.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's still the standard. The standard doesn't change simply because I didn't always live up to it. It's still the standard. So for every man, I hear this. I ain't gonna preach by the Spirit of God, though. Listen to me. If you're a brother out there and you are being inundated with these questions in your own mind, this self-talk that you're going through all the time, like I can't tell him what to do. Look at my life and look at the bad decisions that I've made. We've all made them, dude.
But we talked about that in one of the classes. Would you accept advice about a certain situation, although that person wasn't living?
It's like, no. They said, hell no. Right? It was like, no, we wouldn't. And we were like, why?
Yeah, it's good advice.
The advice is good, whether or not you are living up to that advice.
But that goes back to being judgmental, which we had to pull back that layer. Like, you can't be judgmental because somebody can walk. You can't look at a person's appearance and like, how can this person
help me?
Yo? How can a person tell me how to make money and they broke?
And I can promise you, y'all, a part of what qualifies me, I had to get to this place though, Ron. It took years of facing the character arc for me to get to this place. But I got to a place finally where I saw the challenges that I've had as meaningful.
Right.
Now I would obviously don't encourage every man to mess up so that he can, help somebody. But I'm saying the things that I've been challenged with, I have found that many men are challenged with.
But the unique thing, and I talk to my kids, I talk to your kids. We do not try to shelter them from life. We would teach them how to get, this is going to happen.
Right.
And these are going to be your choices.
Right.
And we hope that we still enough in them so when those times
they
come,
make the right choice. That's all we can do.
that's it.
Right? And then allow them to live their lives. So yeah, whoever asked that question, I think that's a very, very good question. You know, I didn't know the challenges that I had until some of my air quote demons started showing up.
And they're there.
And they're there.
But everybody has them.
Everybody has them. And you can't, I don't want you to feel like you've got to mask that for the rest of your life. And anyone that is enabling that for you is not your friend. Whatever brother, that brother didn't enable me. That brother cussed me out every other day, right? Until I got it together.
But you know one thing I love about you through everything is, and you got this from your mom, tell your own story.
Tell my own story. And I do it today. I'm not ashamed of it. There was a period where I was, though. I mean, to be quite frank, because people have a tendency not to let you forget, right? But I am his first. Before I belong to anybody else, I am his first. And so, is that your boo?
No, it's actually my brother.
I'm just asking a
There
question.
we go with look.
Because
Just a disclaimer.
why is your brother not on ReManned Live?
My brother is, and actually, it's no excuse. Anyway, I ain't even gonna put it.
I was very good.
I'm gonna go put a disclaimer up there. There's no boo, so we're gonna get that out the way because.
Why are you having to explain? Because your boo looking.
No,
Your boo online.
No, we're not doing that.
All right, great. So yeah, it does impact, and I just want to say this to our sisters, and I want to say it to our brothers too. Y'all figure it out. I'm not saying that you got to get back together,
But you got to co-parent.
but you got to co-parent, right? For sisters who say I'm, kind of weaponize your children against your children's father, it's not cool because it's going to show up in your child's life.
You know what? My one of my daughters. I have some children.
You have some? I got some children.
Anyway, she said something to me. We were having a conversation as an adult that got me to really understand. Because she will always say, "Dad, you wasn't around." And I'm like, I was around. But what I come to realize, there were certain events in her life that I wasn't there for.
Yeah.
And I have no excuse for that.
Yeah. Because the other thing is this, and I'm talking to brothers now. I don't care how difficult sis makes it for you. Keep pushing.
Mm-hmm.
Your child needs you. There's a video by Jason Wilson where he's a karate expert, right? And so he uses martial arts as a means of instruction. And he had a child on this side, a dad on this side, and he asked the father to fight through adversity to get to his child who was crying for him. I need you. And some of the behavior that our brothers are experiencing or exhibiting out here is a cry.
It is.
It's a cry. They need you, bro. So until your mom can work it out, and I want to offer the ReManned Project because we have within our program psychologists and others that help support systems as well.
And we as Black men, it is okay to talk to somebody.
Absolutely.
It really is.
Absolutely. I did some work at Princeton Theological Seminary, and during that time, one of the instructors said, every Black person deserves a couch.
Yes.
Every Black person, no matter who you are, with all that we've been through, we deserve a couch. So we're getting ready to take a break, and it's going to be a phenomenal time. Listen to me. My boy coming up, though.
That's right.
Dr. Jamal Harrison Bryant is coming up to share all the way from Atlanta, Georgia. We've got people tuned in from across the country and around the world. It is an excellent, excellent time. And so I want you to stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. The party is just starting, and we'll see you in a couple of moments. Hang in there with us.
Danielle Hall is a wife, mother, veteran, and businesswoman with a passion to uplift everyone. A fiercely independent voice, putting families first and holding Dover politicians accountable. Danielle Hall, so that all may prosper.
I was supposed to tape this message a long time ago, but a problem happened. I was in my office and I had one Bluetooth in my ear, but the case that my Bluetooth is in, I couldn't find. Tried to backtrack my steps, called back to the restaurant where I had lunch, had the maitre d', the manager, the server, scour in between tables trying to find it, came up with nothing. Had to do a funeral earlier in the day, called back to the funeral home. Did they see it there? No. Gentleman who assists me, I had him looking all under the car, everywhere but the roof and the gas tank, trying to find it. Lo and behold, I'm coming down to share and to send this message. One of my staff says, "Do you want to take this t-shirt with you?" I said, "No, but I'm going to take it home." Handed me the t-shirt, and right under it is the case I've been looking for all day, trying to find it. I had one piece, but that was insufficient. I needed the rest of it. All of us have been at a place in our lives where we've misplaced keys. Been a few frantic moments and instances where your heart stopped because you thought you had misplaced your phone. There's been days where you had to scramble because you misplaced your password. But do you know what it's like when the whole earth is looking for the one man that exists? It's only one that's been created. And he can't even go 2 chapters without going missing. Here he is in the Garden of Eden. And while it is that he has dominion, he has authority, he has presence, he's got a relationship with God, he's an amazing woman who God has entrusted in his life, and he hasn't done his due diligence. He leaves her undiscipled, uncultivated, because what he knows, he's not shared with her. God told him, don't eat of any of the forbidden fruit. But somehow or another, he failed in the assignment. And you know the story, a slippery snake shows up on the heels of Eve and questions what it is that has been deposited in her. She looks at the apple and says, maybe it ain't that bad after all. And you know what? It's in this moment that I wanted to scream at the book of Genesis, Adam, where are you? Eve eats of the forbidden fruit, going against everything that God has deposited in the earth. And while she's eating it, watch this, the snake makes a getaway. And in this moment, I'm screaming, Adam, where are you? Eve takes that half-eaten apple, finds Adam watching Sports Center, watch him reclining in the lazy boy chair, and says, you know what, I ate of this and nothing happened to me. You ought to eat some of it. Adam said, you don't feel no side effects? Ain't nothing wrong? Says, no, look at me. I'm perfectly fine. My hair ain't falling out. My skin is not scaling up. My eyes are not rolling in the back of my head. And when she's handing him the apple, I'm screaming from my study, Adam, where are you? They ate of the forbidden fruit, and in that moment, the Bible says that he now predates the prodigal son, and he thinks to himself. And here's what's the amazing thing. He knows that he has broken covenant, knows he's broken the rules, acknowledges that this is not what he's supposed to be doing. And do you know what Adam does? He does like a lot of us as men do. Try to run. Try to hide. And while he's hiding in shrubbery, he hears the footsteps of God. It's an amazing thing that you can be a man out of order. You can be a man who is falling out of the will of God. You can be a man who has broken your covenant, but you can still hear God's voice. And God, who is omnipresent, which means he's everywhere. He's omniscient. It means he knows everything. He's omnipotent. It means he's got all power. Now raises what I can't believe I've got to say to you today. The very first question in the Bible. Everything in Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 are declarations. It is only in Genesis 3 that we find the very first question ever uttered and spoken in sacred texts. And that question is the question I am burdened to now ask. And I don't know, but I hope that you can help me find the answer. Adam, where are you? And that is the question that seems to be resounding in the 21st century, is that too many of our men have gone missing. Too many of our men clearly have put on red and white striped shirts and have morphed into Waldo. Too many of our men to be able to have their pictures plastered on gallons of cartons of milk. Too many of our men to have found themselves victimization of human trafficking. And they are missing. And here it is. You are missing. And ashamedly, I have been missing. Here's one thing for God to ask, because when God asked, he already knew the answer. But there's some other people today, some other people tonight who are looking for you. And I'm trying to figure out, why are you hiding? They want to know, where are you? 2008, 2016. The highest demographic to go and vote in the presidential election, hear this, was black women. Black men didn't show up even to get a brother elected. And now in 2020, the fastest growing demographic that is supporting Donald Trump now at 13% is black men. I don't want to know just where are you. I want to know, what are you thinking? I got to ask you a question. When it is that 1 out of 3 black girls are sexually assaulted before 13. I don't want to just know, where are you? I want to know, what were you thinking? I don't care if she's shaped like she's 20. She still has the mind of somebody 14. Where are you? What are you thinking? In the average black church in America, I'm telling you this as a preacher who's been pastoring now almost 20 years. When the pastor stands at the rostrum and canvasses the sanctuary, he will discover, that woman of God will discover, 78% of those in the pew are women. Where are you? But if I go 3 blocks down the street and knock on the door of the mosque, 86% of those in the mosque are black men. So it don't mean that you don't believe in God. It don't mean that you are adverse to discipline. But somehow or another, the church has been feminized and you have been emasculated in the sanctuary. Where are you? Where are you? That you have your model of manhood based off of some gangster movie or video that you saw in the 90s. That you allowed, in the words of Tupac, a lamppost to raise you and for a stop sign to give you guidance. Where are you? Where are you when it is that in this moment, the most educated demographic in America, hear me, the most educated demographic in America is black women, who are now more educated than white women. And I got to give you this, and white men. I'm trying to ask you, who are your daughters going to marry? Because they can't marry somebody like you, saying you can't work for nobody but still won't create your own business, won't create your own niche, won't pursue your own passion. I want to know, where are you? Where are you that you won't even fill out your census report that's sitting right on the coffee table, waiting for you to be counted, waiting for you to be recognized? Do you know the fight that ensued the most between 6th and 11th grade? The fight that happened the most between 6th and 11th grade, no matter what high school you went to and black men were there, I want you to know the most fights were started by somebody asking you the question, here it is, what you looking at? Because we want to be seen but are not prepared to be recognized. Where are you? That you have invested the sum total of your full masculinity on your tennis shoe collection, on the condoms in your wallet, the car in your driveway, the biceps on your arm. Who are you if you lose all of your material stuff? I'm looking for you. I'm looking for you to understand that as a man, you got to learn how to make a touchdown after you've been tackled. If you keep looking for cheerleaders, you're never going to win the ring. I'm amazed. I come to you today from Atlanta, Georgia, and I want you to know how amazed I am that the newest billionaire to enter the Forbes list, Tyler Perry, never won an Oscar, never won an Emmy, never won a Tony, but found success with no accolades. Can you achieve with no support system? I want to know, can you make it even after being homeless? I don't want to hear your excuse about what you haven't done, the advantages you didn't have. Any black man who has made history went to jail. You missed what I just said. Any black man with significance had time. Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Nelson Mandela, Jesus Christ. If in fact you have never been fingerprinted, you are not positioned. I want you to understand that your greatest asset is what it is that the school system could not chart, which your homeroom teacher did not see, and which your own mother didn't even know how to polish. What were you dreaming of becoming before somebody imposed the laws of life? What were you going to be before it is that you had to deal with systemic white supremacy and oppression? What would you have been? Here it is, if nobody put limits on you, if you actually had a chance, if you were ever given a fresh sheet of paper. Ask yourself the question, what would you be doing if you ever had a dad? Not knowing, hear this, that sometimes God had to remove your father so you could be better than him. Sometimes he had to move people out of your way because God knew you would emulate their frailties. And he wanted you to have his success. I try to think about it as a preacher. I try to think about it on how it is that Jesus functioned. Can you ever imagine this? When God chose his father. God chose Jesus, his father, who he knew never finished high school, never went to college, never had political connections, never had any great money. And yet God chose him. Nobody preaches this in the black church, but I got to give it to you. Did you not know Joseph walked out on Jesus when he was 12? The last time they ever had a talk is when Jesus went missing at the church. And Joseph went up to him and pulled him up. And Jesus checked his father at 12 and said to the man that was raising him, don't you know I'm about my father's business? And at that time, his daddy quit. We don't know nothing about him. We never hear anything about him till 30, when the mother has to go to a wedding by herself. We don't even think about him again until at 33, when it is that Jesus is hanging on the cross and only his mama shows up. I'm telling you that Jesus, we have no evidence, ever had real friends until he turned 30. God help me. He had to go through something of isolation and rejection as his bar mitzvah into manhood. If you can hear my voice tonight, I want you to know that everything that you were trying to do was equipping you for this moment. You could have wasted the last 30, but God is saying, all I need is 3. Can you imagine that Jesus didn't do what he was supposed to do for 30 years and only did what he was supposed to do for 3? And doing what he was supposed to do is what got him killed. Fulfilling your purpose, walking in your assignment, obeying your call is not going to be easy. I was in Vegas before COVID hit. I'm walking down the strip and I look above my head and I see a sign. And the sign was advertising that tonight at 7 and 10, tickets are still available for you to come see Boys to Men. I said, something is wrong because I don't see everybody in the picture. Somebody is missing. Where is he? Because of the vicissitudes of life, he's lost his voice, lost his throat, lost his capacity to sing. But those who were in the group, they still pay him like he is performing. There's a brother who should be with you today, a brother who's lost his voice, lost his way, has lost his capacity to articulate what he feels. It's not good enough for you to become a man, but you got to make sure you bring some grown boy with you so that he can understand, in the words of Stevie Wonder, the composition is not finished until you can sing in the keys of life. I can't wait to see you on the other side. If you're a boy, you'll hear this speech and log off. But if you're a man, you'll come out of hiding. You'll make a difference. You'll make an impact. And you'll change the world.
Assalamu alaikum. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, we give him praise and thanks for his goodness and for his many blessings to the human family. The greatest of Almighty God's blessings is divine revelation. So we thank Almighty God, Allah, for sending into the world, whenever human beings are not able to solve their problems, revelation through divine human beings. So we thank Allah for Moses and the Torah. We thank him for Jesus and the Injil, and we thank him for Muhammad and the Holy Quran. Peace be upon those worthy servants of Almighty God. I am a student of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, and I could never thank Allah enough for his wonderful and merciful intervention in Black people's affairs, in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever. We thank him for his coming and for him fulfilling the scriptures of a people going into a strange land and serving another people for 400 years. But after that time, God said he would come and he would judge that nation which they shall serve. And we believe that he did come, and he raised up in our midst his beloved leader, teacher, and guide to us, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And we thank the Honorable Elijah Muhammad for his servant in his absence, Minister Louis Farrakhan. I greet you, my beloved brothers and sisters, with the greeting words of peace. As if Jesus were here, he would not say, hi, how you doing? What's up, dog? But he would say, peace be unto you. But in our original language, before it was taken from us, I greet you all with the greeting words of peace in our original language of Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I would like to thank our brother, Dr. Donald Morton, who arduously prepared this wonderful get-together called ReManned. And I had the honor and the privilege of talking to our brother in early June about this project. And I thank Almighty God for his vision. And he, with countless others, have brought this project into fruition. I thank you, Dr. Morton, and all of those who have helped you bring this about. So let me get right to it. I really enjoyed Brother Dr. Jamal Bryant, and my talk today is dealing with the power of the Black male redemption. Very, very strong subject. And so I think I will start where Dr. Bryant started, in the book of Genesis. And I want to preface my start with, well, why do we even have to talk about the power of the Black male redemption? What happened to the power of the Black man that now he's seeking, he's reaching, he's asking, he's demanding power back? What happened? So, to be very honest, the Honorable Minister Farrakhan said we should have the gall, if you will, and the testicular fortitude to ask God why. Why did you put us in this condition? Why did you void the Black man in particular, and the indigenous people, void of power? And why now are we reaching, we are seeking for that which we once had in the beginning, but it looks as though we lost it? Well, let's go to the book of Genesis. And in the book of Genesis is the beginning. So the Honorable Minister Farrakhan taught me in chapter 1, I think it's around verse 26, where God said, let us make man after our image and after our likeness, and the man that I'm going to make, give him power, or over the fowl of the air, the fish of the sea, and every creeping thing that crawls. Now, the nature of God is that he obviously has power, and he desires to give that to his glory, which is man. So man by nature possesses power. But let's look at this particular verse. If this is God Almighty, if you notice the language, let us make man. When does God need permission to do something? When you say let, you are asking permission. When does God Almighty need permission to do anything? You know, he may give us his aim and purpose, but he's not asking no one. He is the Lord of the worlds, and he knows tomorrow better than we know yesterday. So the Honorable Minister Farrakhan said, brother, this is not referring to the Lord of the worlds. This is referring to the children of a lesser God, that God would permit his vineyard to be let out by a new people. And that new people would have power over the fowl of the air, the fish of the sea, and every creeping thing that crawls. And so let us make man. It is mankind that God would give power and dominion over his vineyard or over his planet. And the people that are the original people would take a 6,000-year nod. If you notice, at the pyramids of Egypt, you see a lion with the head of a black man. I don't know whether or not you know this, but it was Napoleon who had become famous for his 21 gun salute. And you know how he became famous by that? It was the distorting of the Sphinx, where you see the head of a black man, but it's the body of a lion, and it's called Abul al-Hal, which means the father of the globe. But when he saw the features and it resembled us, it took 21 gun bombs, if you will, to distort the facial structure of that Sphinx. The pyramids, the minister taught us, are really tombs. And that was the last sign that the original man had built before we took our 6,000 years sleep, because the pyramids are really tombs. And so where did that knowledge and power come from? Where did it go? Because this world scientists say that what? That knowledge and that wisdom, it seems as though man has amnesia because they're still wondering how those pyramids got built. So let's fast forward this. This man that God makes in the Genesis, he gives him power and then allows another people to be subject to his power and his rule for a reason. So the original black man and woman's power was taken, and God permitted it to be taken by this new man that's in the Genesis, that the Bible says he's called the Adam. He's called this first Adam, but that Adam was made from the dust of the ground. But then there would be a second Adam, and we'll get into that. So I want to read something from the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan about this vineyard and this new ruler, because we must know where we come from and our history to where we are and where we must go. So yes, we're in the present, but we have an ancestry that is from the past, and we have the seed that is in us for the future. So we must know past, present, future, perfect tense. So the minister says here, if you remember, in the parable of the wicked husbandman, found in the book of Matthew, chapter 21, and in the book of Luke, chapter 20, it is asking about a vineyard. After the owner of the vineyard let it out in the hands of some wicked husbandmen, he would send people into the vineyard to check on the fruit of that vineyard. The definition of husbandman is a master of a house, or a tiller and a cultivator of the soil. When God made the Caucasian people a ruler, vicegerent over the peoples and societies of the earth and their institutions, God sent prophets into the world. The mission of those prophets was to see what was the fruit of your work in his vineyard. Did you cultivate the people? Did you bring them into their humanity and expose to them their latent, hidden, dormant, unexpressed divinity? Or did you kill the prophets, imprison them, beat them, lie on them, and destroy the righteousness of their work? The scripture teaches us that when the heir to the vineyard, the owner's son, was sent into the vineyard, the wicked husbandman seized him and killed him. Wow. After this happened, Jesus, talking to the Jewish people of that time, asked the question, what will the owner of that vineyard do when he comes, which is the same as saying, what will God do when he makes his appearance in the world? Remember what I said earlier about God's coming, and he has come. After they gave their answer, Jesus said to them, have not you read in the scriptures that the stone that the builders rejected has become the headstone of the corner? Uh-oh, power is coming back. Power is coming back. I want you to focus on these words that follow, which tells us that God's promise is to the heirs of his kingdom. Jesus said, therefore I say unto you, that the kingdom of God shall be taken from you and given to a nation bringing forth the fruits thereof. And whosoever will fall on this stone shall be broken, but on whomsoever it shall fall, it will grind in the powder. Oh man, power is coming back to the black man. The prophets have come, and some you beat, some you killed, and some you cast into prison. Did not you know that the Black people of America in particular, and those in the Western Hemisphere who are the victims of the worst slavery in the annals of history, who were brought into the Western Hemisphere in this crime against humanity called the International Transatlantic Slave Trade, we were the heirs of that promise. Oh my God. Power is coming back to the black man and woman. We were seized, we were beaten, we were in prison, we were put to death mentally and also put to death physically. When Jesus of 2,000 years ago made this parable, he asked, what will the owner of the vineyard do on his coming? Jesus is literally saying to the people to whom he was speaking, what will God do when he comes into the world after your 6,000 years of misrule is up? And they gave the, right answer. He will miserably destroy those wicked men, and he will let out his vineyard unto other husbandmen, which will render him the fruits of their season. I'm almost finished. You have taken this people, the black people of America in the Western Hemisphere, and stripped us of our connection to Africa, to our own religion and God, and to our own culture and name. And you have had sway over the earth and its people. You have had power to set up your institutions of governance, your institutions of religion, your institution of jurisprudence, your institutions of education, and your institutions of economics. This is your world. In the Bible, in the book of Daniel, in the book of Revelations, the scriptures mention this fourth beast, which is more terrible than any other. This is referring to America. And other beast is described as having the ribs of a man in his mouth. Lord have mercy. We are that people that you have torn to pieces, and because we are the heirs of that promise, Lord have mercy. As you have destroyed us, God, who is present, is now destroying you. And today, the God of our salvation has appeared, and there is no power that you have that can stop him from redeeming the black man and woman of America and the Western Hemisphere and fulfilling his promise to us. As we begin to wind down, well, why did God put us in this condition? And the scripture is referring to this blind man that Jesus had met. And the people asked him, who did sin? Was it his mother or your father or his father? And Jesus said, nah, he didn't sin, but it is that the workings of God may be made manifest in him. And that is in the book of John, I think around the 9th chapter. So Jesus used some spittle from his mouth with some ground, and he anointed the man's eyes, and he came away seeing. The Honorable Minister Farrakhan said what that means is from the revelation that his father gave him on high, mixed with the nature of his creation, he gave him a teaching, and that man came away seeing. So now here we are, Black man. We are pulling for this power. What happened around this time about 25 years ago? Do you remember? On the mall in Washington, D.C., where the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan called 1 million and 2 million Black men showed up. And the scripture says about Jesus, my sheep know my voice, a stranger they will not follow. Here's a man that crisscrossed America almost to exhaustion to get 1 million brothers up out of the ghettos of America for what? Not to go and beg the government of America, but to go and atone for what we have not done as men. So I want to bring in very quick what J. Edgar Hoover said. What did he say? He said we must prevent the rise of the Black Messiah to come among Black people, to be born, a birth among Black people. And so they looked at Malcolm. They looked at the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, but they thought that he was too old. They looked at all of the leaders back in the 60s. Why would J. Edgar Hoover use the terminology, the religious terminology like that? It is because they are wise enough to know and to understand that whenever you put a people under this kind of condition with no light at all, with no aim and purpose for self, it is out of the nature of God that he visits them and raises up one that he teaches, he leads, and he guides. So they had always known that a Messiah would come among Black people. So they said, what would be the preface that we know that the Messiah is among these people who are the despised and the rejected of the nations of the earth? How will we know? It is because that the Messiah will be able to galvanize and organize all of the different factions of his people, because we made it very difficult, almost impossible, for them to come together. So when we were on the mall in Washington, D.C., the Crips were there. The Bloods were there. Huh? Who else was there? It was the Christians, the Muslims. We all were there. And so they recognized that God's servant Messiah was on the mall without a gun, without ammunition, but with a word from the most honorable Elijah Muhammad that took Lazarus that was all over America up out of that tomb that he was languishing in. And that tomb, here Lazarus came forth. He was stinking in the grave for 4 days, meaning 400 years. And then the Honorable Minister Farrakhan called the Black man up out of that tomb. And the Black women supported him because those were the women, the ones that were around Jesus, saying, the one that you love is dead. And Jesus said, no, he's asleep. Minister Farrakhan is God's servant among us today, calling us out of our slop trough of ill repute. And so the enemy desires to silence him, but we got to come together. So I thank you for this time. I thank you for this moment. And I have a couple of seconds. I just want to thank Brother Donald Morton again for the opportunity to speak on this platform. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Mm, mm. Y'all see, I'm partying over here. I got the music playing. That is the official podcast music, really, of the ReManned Project. Shout out to Esley Music, who created that for us. Listen, this has been incredible already. Yeah, I had a co-host with me. That dude ain't nowhere around now. He over there, eating. And I'm excited to be back with you. Listen, every single speaker has been incredible, and so I want to applaud and appreciate every brother who has contributed to today, and also while time allows, before we go into kind of this super break that we have before tonight takes place, um, let me just kind of shout out our amazing team that is making all of this happen. Shout out to Steve English, our event coordinator. Steve, what's the name of your business, man? Steve English Events. Steve English Events. Refinery Hospitality Group, who is kind of managing things for us as it relates to the event. Shout out to Pyro, all the way in Cali. They are handling things on their end. Dawn Collins, Kendall Shoel, Chris Collins. Who am I missing, man? Anybody? Donald Fountain, Josh Miner. Just an amazing group of guys. Listen, this doesn't happen because of me. This happens because of the tremendous work that these guys have done, the tireless work that has made this happen. So I just want to appreciate every single one of them. And then, of course, to my co-host, don't even worry about it. His name is Ron Handy. He's done an amazing job. He is the director for the ReManned Project in the state of Delaware. Just a tremendous asset to both my life personally and to this work that we are doing. I also want to lift up all of our sponsors, WSFS, Discover Bank, Danielle Hall, Justin Wright, just amazing sponsors that have brought all of this to happen. And in fact, you ought to thank them too, because they are the institutions that allowed this to be free of charge for you. So some of you did pay, and we appreciate that that you made that investment. So much came in that we were able to, on the back end, for those individuals who simply didn't have the resources. You know, $50 can be a light thing for me and for perhaps some of you, but it wasn't a light thing for everybody. And so thank you to our sponsors and our partners who made it possible for those who would not otherwise be able to make it, for them to come on. Listen, do me a favor before our next guest comes on. Like this video, share this video, develop a watch party with this video. I almost want to tell Kwame, I don't know, I feel like partying. I'm just excited to be here with y'all. That's the only party I got. I promise you. I ain't got another party. When I was in the club, I would stand alongside the wall and just lift my hand like that. Too cool, like Ron Handy is. So I want to make sure that you guys do me a favor, share it, like it, develop watch parties, get as many people involved as you possibly can, particularly for our next speaker. This is my guy. I really both love and appreciate this brother for the work that he is doing. And he is a Fox Sports broadcaster. Also, you've seen him on ESPN. You've seen him across the country, just kind of giving his expertise. But he also has a particular committed call toward men. And listen, I'm grateful for the ReManned Project and the work that we are doing. But I'm also grateful for guys like Chris Broussard, who is doing work as well. And he wants to come and share with our brothers and with our sisters that are watching as well. Do me a favor, welcome him, but also provide. You want to make sure that that you talk with him, that you answer questions, that he gets a chance to answer questions. But he's going to come to us and he's going to share. Hey, Chris, man, thank you so much for joining us and being a part of the ReManned Live virtual experience Beyond Grievances. I want to welcome to everyone now, Chris Broussard.
I guess everyone can hear me and see me. Give me a shout out in my ear if there's an issue. First of all, let me thank Donald Morton, first of all, for those kind words that he shared. But he's right. He and I met several months ago on a conference call about men. And we just hit it off immediately because we were both passionate about manhood. And we spoke with each other by telephone afterwards. Everything went well. And like I said, we had an immediate connection because of our passion for building men. And there was a synergy between his ReManned project and the organization and that I founded and preside over called the King Movement. And King is an acronym that stands for knowledge, inspiration, and nurture through God. And our purpose as a men's movement is essentially to empower men to reach their God-given potential and to live and walk out their faith or their life in true manhood. So I'm going to share about true manhood today. And then afterwards, I'll take some questions. Now, I'm not going to talk about basketball. I know many of you that know me from television or radio always hear me talking about sports, particularly the NBA. If you want to ask some questions about the NBA or sports after I'm done, that's fine. But for now, these next 30 minutes or so, I'm going to share about true manhood, which is essential for us to grasp in this day and age, particularly when our society today really says there's no such thing as true manhood. It's kind of an anything goes when it comes to manhood, from the extremes of toxic masculinity to effeminization, which is getting more and more popular today, brothers being effeminate and effeminized. And this is leading to mass confusion and a worsening of what was already a manhood problem in our country, particularly in the Black community. We got to understand this, brothers, from day one in America, even before America was its own nation. there has always been an attempt in this land to keep black males from being men. Why is obvious. So that they could rule over and dominate black people. Because when your men are weak and not in the position that God created them to be in, your people and your community will also be weak. So in slavery, black men were kept from fulfilling three of the major purposes or functions of manhood. One, providing for your family. Obviously, in slavery, you couldn't provide for your family. Two, protecting your family. Obviously, in slavery, you couldn't protect your family. Your children could be sold away from you, your wife taken advantage of, and all sorts of things like that. And three, having a say in how the society that you live in is governed or ruled. The community, the way the rules and the customs that the community will live by. Now, two things that black men were encouraged to do that are associated with traditional manhood during slavery were, one, to have sex, and indiscriminate sex at that point, random sex, unemotional, unattached sex, obviously to create more slaves. And then two, to be physically strong and active. Okay. So it's no wonder that for many of us as black men, our manhoods, our ego, our identity, if we would really be honest, is completely tied up in our sexual prowess and or our athletic prowess. And that mentality has severely damaged our families and our communities because it's left many of us as black men in a state of perpetual adolescence. Let's just keep it real. In a lot of our communities, we have 35, 40-year-old men acting like 16-year-olds. And 16-year-olds can't lead families and communities. And this is by design, of course, whether through offering us inferior education, mass incarceration, flooding our communities with drugs, or celebrating black death and debauchery through various forms of media, including my favorite form of music, hip hop. We got to keep it honest, though. It's gotten so bad in our community that our own women and children really no longer even count on us. For the most part, not exclusively, but for the most part, look at who is leading this new black revolution, Black Lives Matter. It's women. Our women are fighting the system, fighting the powers that be, and we're behind them, cheering them on. Even when you look at the Black Lives Matter organization, not the sentiment, not the fact that Black Lives Matter, which of course we all agree with, but the organization itself. Look at the organization of the Black Lives Matter website. Now, up until last month, at least, because they removed this language from their website where they talked about doing away with the nuclear family and raising children in villages of women, queers, and trans people. They've, like I said, removed that from their website now, but the implication and even outright statements in what they had up until last month, a few weeks ago, was that they wanted to raise our black children in villages made up of women and queers and trans people. That was the implication. They never once, and it's still to this moment, it's still not mentioned, but they never once mentioned heterosexual black men. Now think about that for a second. Where are women, queers, and trans people going to get children from? The only way that they can get children is to raise in their villages is for heterosexual black men to be in bad shape. For heterosexual black men to be disenfranchised, locked up, marginalized, irresponsible, and not being the men that God has called us to be. That's the only way they can get the children for their ideal society of villages, because when Black men are in their right mind and in their right position, when men of any race for that matter, but in this case, Black men are in good shape, we will raise our own children. We won't let nobody else raise our children when we're doing what we're supposed to do, and when society doesn't have the obstacles in place for us to do what we're supposed to do. So the only way a society or village, as Black Lives Matter calls it, could get children to raise would be for Black men to continue making babies and then leaving our women to take care of the babies, or having the babies have to go into foster care or putting them up for adoption. So think about that. Written into the Black Lives Matters agenda until September was the disenfranchisement of the Black heterosexual man. Not trying to resurrect the Black man, not trying to get the Black man to stand in his rightful place as the heads of our families, but doing away with us. Keep making the babies, but don't give them to us to take care of. Now, I don't know if the leaders of Black Lives Matter are just reacting to the present day reality and saying, look, our Black men aren't leading our families, so we got to do it without them. And this is the best way we see fit. Or if they really have some type of negative agenda for Black heterosexual men. I'm not sure. I'm not saying that's the case. But either way, they ain't counting on us. And that's sad. And it absolutely must be changed, because no matter what changes society makes, and we are pushing for those changes, and I support Black Lives, the BLM movement, in fighting against racial injustice and social injustice. We're trying to remove these racist obstacles. But even if you remove all of them and the Black male is still in bad shape, then we're not going to prosper as a people. We're not going to become all that we can be as a people. We'll remain at the bottom. So we have got to step up and become the men that God's created us to be. Now, let me quickly say this about the quote unquote nuclear family, because the Black Lives Matter movement or organization said that that was a creation of Western, i.e. European society. That's a lie, and it devalues Black history. It shows ignorance. The first nuclear family on record, Adam and Eve, of course, was, according to the Bible, in Africa, in Ethiopia. The book of Genesis says the Garden of Eden encompassed the whole land of Ethiopia, or Kush, which was in Africa. So the first nuclear family was African. Egypt, an African civilization and one of the greatest civilizations in world history, was based on the nuclear family, as were other societies in different parts of Africa and Asia. Even extended families, where societies were rooted in the extended family, they're rooted and based on the nuclear family of a man, woman, child, or children. And they just had different generations of them living together. So I might live with my parents, and my wife and children might live with my parents and brothers and siblings. And then my children, my daughters and their husbands might live with us as an extended family. But the root of that is the nuclear family. Even biology tells you that the nuclear family is normative for all people. It's if me and my wife, or you and your wife, make a baby, nature tells you that you and that woman should raise and teach the baby to grow into a responsible adult. The village can help us and support us, but the village is secondary. It is my responsibility as a man to raise my seed up to be the man or woman that God created them to be, along with my wife. All right, with all that said, brothers, I want to share quickly some aspects of true manhood. Now, living in true manhood, becoming the man that God created us to be, will not only help our families and our communities, but we'll find that it also is the most fulfilling way that we can possibly live. And to find out what true manhood is, we have to know who created man. Because the creator of a thing always determines that thing's purpose or the purpose of its creation. If I create something that no one else has ever seen or created or had before, I determine the purpose of it because I know why I created it. Whoever created the refrigerator created it with a specific purpose in mind, and that was to preserve food. Now, a refrigerator can be used for many things: to store clothing, to hang pictures, as a table. If you turn it over, it can be used for all types of stuff. But its true purpose is to preserve food. Similarly, we as men, we can do all types of things. We can live all types of lifestyles, but our true purpose is defined by our creator, God. And within that purpose, there's plenty of room for our various personalities, interests, proclivities, expressions, approaches, focuses, gifts, talents, etc. But there are some general standards for manhood that we need to know. And it is important for people, human beings, to have standards. When you don't have standards, you have chaos. Now, we might think that when we don't have standards, we got freedom, right? Now, I'm uninhibited, unencumbered. I can do any old thing. No rules. That we're told that that's freedom. We might think that, but it actually is chaos. Give you an example. In football, there are rules and standards, right? Let's say we remove the rules and standards. So there's no sidelines. So now the running back is not limited by the sidelines, right? He can run all up across the sidelines, behind the bench and everything, and keep running to the end zone. Let's say that, instead of playing with one ball, we playing with three. It's just however many balls you want. Instead of having 11 men on each side, you can have an unlimited number, 22, 40, 15, whatever. Just put them out there. Is that going to enhance the game? All that freedom to not play by any rules? Or will it just create chaos? And we can't even enjoy the game now. That is what happens when you don't have standards. All right, so here are some standards of true manhood. One, since God created us, he created us to have a vibrant, intimate relationship with him, a friendship, if you will, even though, of course, he's superior. And like any relationship, you have to do things to please the person that you're in a relationship with to get the most out of it. In your relationship with your wife, those of you who are married, it's not going to be good if you don't do things to please her, and vice versa. Even with our boys, our partners, who we cool with, frat brothers, whatever, the friendship thrives when both of us are sincerely have each other's best interest at heart. We know that those of you who are basketball fans, LeBron James and Anthony Davis just led the Los Angeles Lakers to the NBA title. And they said numerous times that they play so well together because they both want what's best for each other. LeBron even said, I want AD to be better than me. They have each other's best interests at heart. So in our relationship with God, we must strive to live a life that's pleasing to him. And you can find out, of course, how God wants us to live and what pleases him by studying and reading his word, the Bible. And let me say this quickly, by the way. The Bible is a treasure trove of Black history. Black nations, Ham, Cush, Mizraim, Egypt, Ethiopia, are mentioned more than 1,000 times in the pages of Scripture, the Bible. By contrast, European nations, white nations, Rome and Greece, they're mentioned roughly 50 times. I think even less than 50 times in the Old Testament. So don't ever disrespect Black history by referring to the Bible as a white man's book. Also, in any relationship, communication is key, right? You got to talk to each other. And the way we talk to God is through prayer. Don't have to be no fancy, pretty, theological treatise type prayer. Just share your hopes, your dreams, your fears, your insecurities, your requests, your love, your praise with God. That's prayer. So we have to do that as men to really walk in the true manhood that God created us to walk in. Secondly, God created us as men to be workers. To be workers. All right, the first man, Adam, and he was a Black man, as I said, by the scripture. The first thing that God gave him was a job. The first thing, before he had a wife, before sin entered the world, he gave Adam a job. Name the animals, Adam. That means that he made and expected Adam to be mentally strong. Can you imagine the responsibility mentally of having to name all the animals? God puts an animal in front of you and you got to come up with a name for it: a giraffe, an elephant, a snake. What? I mean, God made us mentally tough, brothers. And then he told Adam also, dress and keep the Garden of Eden. So also, in addition to being mentally strong, he made Adam physically capable, physically able to do some stuff, to go there when necessary. There's a balance. We should have a balance between mental strength and physical strength. And too often in our community, there's an imbalance of we are, as Black men, physically strong and mentally weak. And that's by design. Because as I said, in slavery, we were encouraged and pushed to be mentally strong so we could do more work in the fields. But mentally weak, illegal, against the law, to read, to expand your mind. Why? Because they didn't want you thinking about getting free. They didn't want you to think about being equal to white folks. They didn't want you coming up with ideas and things like that. So that was by design, but some of us still walk in that. All our focus is on sports. All our focus is on dancing. All our focus is on sex. And we're not getting the balance of being mentally strong, hitting the books, being great students, figuring out what God created you to do in your career. An engineer, a physicist, a doctor, a lawyer, a teacher, a writer. So let's get that balance, because that's what God created us to have. Now, work is not a necessary evil. As you see, it was entered the world before sin. Work is part and parcel to manhood. If you're fortunate now, you'll be able to find your purpose, your dream job, if you will, and get great joy and fulfillment out of it. And I suggest this formula. I have a wonderful job, very enjoyable, as you might imagine. So I use this formula to come up with what I wanted to do with my career. I was in college and I came up with this formula. I took something I enjoyed, sports, plus something I was gifted at, which was writing. And I said, okay, sports plus writing, let me try to become a sports writer, because I wanted something I enjoyed and I wanted something I could do well at. So enjoy plus gifts, sports plus writing. Let me try to become a sports writer. And fortunately, praise the Lord, I was able to do it. But even if you're not able to get your dream job, right? of society's obstacles, because of past mistakes, whatever it may be. Even if we're not able to get that dream job, it is our responsibility as men to work to provide for ourselves and our families. Now, in today's society, women don't need us to provide for them. My wife is a medical doctor. She don't need me to provide for her, but I'm willing to provide for her. I'm able to provide for her. If for whatever reason she was no longer working as a doctor, I would be ready to step up and do whatever I had to do legally to take care of my family. That is the attitude we have to have as men. It don't mean you got to make more money than your wife. My wife's a doctor. I'm a freaking sports writer. Now, because I've gained national prominence or whatever, I actually, make a lot more money than a typical sports writer. So I'm in a different position. But when we got married, she was doing her fellowship, medical fellowship, about to start making money. I was a high school sports writer. So the projection, I didn't know that I was going to be covering the NBA eventually and being on ESPN and Fox Sports and having a radio show. And I didn't know any of that was coming. I could have ended up being a sports writer for 30, 40 years, a high school sports writer. And she would have made more money than me, much more. And I would have been fine with that, because it's not about who makes the most money. In our society, where a woman and a man can choose whatever job you want, she might just choose a job that makes more money than you. She might choose to be a lawyer. You might choose to be a teacher or a professor in college, and she's going to make more money. It's not about that. It's about your attitude and your willingness to provide for your wife and children, if in the case you have to one day for whatever reason. So let's have that attitude. I hear too many brothers talking about, I need a woman to take care of me. Boy, when you a boy, a woman takes care of you, right? When you're a child. When I was a child, my mom bathed me, fed me, taught me, led me. But when I became a man, it's my turn. I don't need to have a woman taking care of me. I got to step up and take care of my family and myself. Third thing, this one will be a shocker. Third aspect of true manhood. I'm gonna go through the rest of these quickly, but this is the first one. Y'all gonna love this one or hate it. But in true manhood, you only need one woman. You only need one woman. I know some of the preachers on here tripping. All right. Look at the first man, Adam. When he was in the Garden of Eden, God gave him everything he needed, the animals, the garden, a job. He was king. He had dominion, everything. And God saw, man, he still needs something. He's still not fulfilled. And God was like, I'm going to give him whatever he needs. I'm going to give the brother everything he needs to be fulfilled in every way. And he gave him a woman. He gave him one woman, right? He gave him one woman, Eve. Now, if Adam or man needed 18 women or 85 women or 200 women to fulfill him, God would have gave him a harem. This was before sin entered the world. God would have gave him 8 women if that's what he needed to fulfill him, to satisfy him, to make him content, to make him feel like a man. But God just gave him one woman. And I know because that's all he needed to be fulfilled. Now I know some of y'all like, yo, I can't be satisfied with just one woman. Well, you can't be satisfied with just one woman because of your mentality. You don't think you can be satisfied with just one woman sexually. Because let's keep it 100, bros. We don't want more women. We don't want more than one woman for conversation. We don't want more than one woman for companionship. You know what I'm saying? Only reason men want more than one woman is for sex. Keep it real. Right? So if our mentality is I can't be satisfied with a woman, that's what we've been taught. That's what we've seen. Our flesh, we're going to be attracted to multiple women. Don't get me wrong. But the ancient proverb says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. If you got the right mentality that I only need one woman, then you'll be able to overcome and be fulfilled and satisfied with that one woman. In fact, survey after survey after survey shows that the most sexually satisfied people are those who are in monogamous sexual relationships, not the ones that's out there with a different honey every night or every week or whatever. And look at the devastation that's caused to our families and our communities because we out here being sexually promiscuous. Divorce, which is horrible. I ain't condemning nobody that's been divorced. Things happen. There actually are biblical reasons for divorce. But make no mistake, brothers, divorce is horrible. God said he hates divorce. We shouldn't take that lightly. If you end up having to get it, fine. You can be forgiven all that. We move on. But don't take it lightly. It's devastating, man. To the kids especially, but also to the parents. But divorce, children out of wedlock, sexually transmitted diseases, baby mama drama, fatherlessness, heartache, ego boost or ego loss. All that because we out here being promiscuous. All right, fourth thing, true manhood. We're supposed to be the priests of our household as true men. We, brothers, are the spiritual leaders of our houses. We growing up in the Black community, for so many of us, our Black family, the spiritual leader is the woman. The man might go to church or he dragged to church with the woman or whatever. But that's backwards. The man is supposed to be the priest of the household, the spiritual leader of the household. There's a stat that shows when the father in a family is a man of God, 94% of the family becomes people of God. When the mother or the woman is a person of God, a woman of God, and she's the spiritual leader, only 17% of the family becomes people of God. We, brothers, are supposed to be the ones making sure that our family gets up and goes to church. We are supposed to be the ones making sure that we pray as a family, that we have Bible studies as a family. We're supposed to be the ones teaching our children the ways of God. I'm going to keep it real. I'm going to be honest. And I know there are exceptions. Everyone has their own free will, and you get to a certain age and you go and do people go and do what they want to do. They do their own thing. When I see kids just jacked up, I have 2 kids. I raise them, see some of their friends and kids they hang out with. When I see kids this jacked up, I look at the parents. Again, I know there's some exceptions, but I look at the parents. Are you raising them the way they're supposed to be raised? And when we look in the Bible, there's no dearth of men of God. It's not like Jesus and Abraham and Moses couldn't find men of God. Now, I'm not saying there were plenty of women of God as well, but there wasn't this imbalance that there is today, where 4 out of every 5 members of a church are women. That shows we're not presenting God properly. All right, 5th. I don't know how many I've done now. 4th, 5th, 6th thing about true manhood. I'm going to say this. 5th, courage. In true manhood, we have courage. Don't mean we Mike Tyson, we can beat everybody up. We stepping everybody like that. But we don't fear men. We don't fear men. We only fear God. Because who you fear is who you're going to obey. And we're only supposed to obey God. Now, in obeying God, we may end up obeying, we will end up obeying those in authority, but we don't have no fear. And when we in fearing God, it's a healthy fear. You know, I grew up, my father fortunately was there. And I had a healthy fear of my father. I loved him. I knew he loved me, coached me, taught me, helped me with my homework, all that. I knew he loved me, but I knew not to cross him. And that made me be a good student in school. That made me never mess with drugs. You know, that made me respectful of him and others in authority because I had a healthy fear of God, and that kept me away from a lot of negative things that could have derailed my life. Lastly, sixth thing, a true manhood, we have humility. Humility. The Bible says that he who exalts himself, he who humbles himself will be exalted. And he who exalts himself will be humbled. All right, any gifts, great talents, intelligence, looks that we have, even opportunities. You might say, well, shoot, I worked hard for what I worked hard to get to where I am. But even the opportunities that you've been given to where your hard work would pay off were given to you by God. So how can you boast about it and throw it in somebody's face and think you better than others when you ain't have nothing to do with it? And humility is not thinking that others are better than you. Humility is having a healthy understanding of who you are. So like Michael Jordan, if Michael Jordan was being interviewed and, you know, meets someone and they say, "Oh, wow, you're a great basketball player." And he's like, "Yeah, I was pretty good. I was all right." That's not humility. That's just a lie. If he said, "Yes, I was an excellent basketball player. I was very good." That's humility. It's not bragging. It's who he was. All right. I mean, Jesus said, "I'm the way, I'm the truth, I'm the life." That's what he said. He said, "Before Abraham was, I am." He wasn't being arrogant. We know he wasn't arrogant. He was just telling the truth. So I'm not saying you got to take this posture where everybody's better than you. Woe is me, I can't do nothing. That's not humility. But humility is understanding rightly where you are in life, who you are in life, and not throwing your talents and your successes and in front of other people's faces and thinking you way better than them because of it. All right. We don't use our gifts and our achievements to shame others. Okay. All right. So, brothers, let's go out there, take our rightful place as men, as Black men, live our best life by walking in true manhood. All right. I'm done. I'm open for questions. Anything? Is this so we taking the questions by chat? Okay. How do we get back to our origins? Please expound on that. I'm not sure what you mean. I just see a question. How do we get back to our origin? back to our original place as men. Okay. Well, first of all, we need to make sure that we're in right relationship with God. Okay. And I'm a Christian, and I believe getting in the right relationship with God happens through accepting, giving your life to Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. First step to that is repentance. Repentance. I've sinned, God. I've sinned against you. I've done wrong, and I need you to be my Savior. And I'm also accepting you as my Lord, meaning you the boss. I'm gonna try my best to do what you want me to do and please you. And when you know, that's not a burden. That's not something you gotta carry as a burden. It's because when we mess up, when we fall short, we'll be forgiven if we come back with repentance. But that's how I believe that we get to our original place. And then the journey begins from there as we grow stronger in who we are, as we walk in communion with God through prayer, through obedience, through studying his word. Then we'll be taught how to take our rightful place as men, how to have dominion as men. No matter where you've been, what you've gone through, what mistakes we've made in the past, what errors we've made, we can be restored and redeemed. That's the great thing about the gospel message. So that's how we get back to our original place. And then those of us who reach that, we have to teach others. We really need manhood training in our community. We really need, I know it was a big thing a couple decades ago, the rites of passage programs, but we need those en masse. We need those for every young Black American boy to go through. The Jews have the bar mitzvah, which is where they have an official ceremony and time where they mark you. You have now gone from being a boy to being a man. We need that in our community, especially with the fatherless crisis that we're suffering through. So we need to establish those of us who are capable. We really need to reach out and lead our young brothers, our young boys and young men in manhood training. Anything else? All right, brothers, I enjoyed it. I hope you did as well. Stay strong. Peace.
Hey, how you doing? Welcome back. Powerful message there, Chris Broussard. Talking about manhood, us getting back to our origin. Now we have coming up Saran Cage that we will be interviewing. Saran, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How you doing, sir?
I'm good. Thank you for having me.
Oh, man, it's a pleasure, man. It's always wonderful to be in your presence.
Pleasure's mine, man. Thank you.
Yes, man. We just want to talk, man, about your success, challenges that you had. You understand the focus of the ReManned project. So one question I pose to you, as an adult now, what would you have told the younger version of yourself?
Oh, man. What would I tell? First of all, it would have probably been some really strong language in there that I can't share via this virtual meeting. But I think that if I had to tell myself something, it would really be that your attitude determines your altitude. How we don't always get to choose the challenges that we face, but we do get to choose the manner in which we face them. And so really taking stock and heed and, making conscious decisions that are not built just in the moment, but are built in the idea as to where I want to see myself go in the future. I think there's a time period in our lives where we, really start to consider the decisions that we make as having an impact on our future. And a lot of times, by the time we realize that time is here, it's already passed. And decisions that we've made have really, set the course of our lives, or started to set a course for our lives. And I wish I could have gone back and told myself when that point had really arrived, which was probably much younger than I thought at the time. But at the same time, even if I had the ability to go back and tell myself that, I don't necessarily know if I'd even listen at that time.
So one of the things, just looking back, what was the one challenge that you had that maybe got you to change your perspective on things? What was it that happened to you when you said, you know what, I need to make a change?
For me, it happened, and of course, it's hard to pinpoint one specific incident, but when I was in college, my probably second to last year, there was a friend of mine who was killed and he had dropped out of school, or really was kicked out of college. I went to Delaware State University, and he was a really close friend of mine. He was kicked out, and I would go back and visit him from time to time. And he started to get really into a lifestyle that, probably wasn't best suited for him, or for anybody for that matter. And it caught up to him. And it caught up to him on a day where I was actually supposed to be with him. I was supposed to be at his house. We were going to be playing some video game. I think it was NBA Live or something along those lines. And we had made all the plans to get out, and I made all the plans to get back home in order to play him in this game so we could talk trash to one another and the whole nine. And it just happened to be one of those days where I didn't feel like going back. I grew up in DC and in the PG County area. I just didn't really feel like going back home. And I decided to stay on campus at Dell State. And I got a phone call that next morning from a friend of mine saying that, he had been killed in his home playing his video game. And, I would have been there together at that time. And so, at that point, to my original statement, I realized that, the decisions that I'm making in my life, they have consequences. Decisions as small as who I'm going to hang out with this weekend, decisions as big as what I'm going to do this weekend. All of them have consequences that have, life-changing and life-ending ramifications. And so at that point, I realized that we were playing for keeps, and that I was kind of on borrowed time because I could have been right there with him. And I think my whole outlook on life changed when you see somebody who's your age, whose life is ended that quickly over something so small. It really makes you take stock of what you do and what you're doing on a day-to-day basis.
Great. So a lot of people may not understand where you came from, but now, and Department of Labor is now in your lap. And how does it feel? How does it feel that you can actually help people? One, two, that you really understand where they come from because you lived a similar life. So how do you feel your position impacts people?
Well, I'm blessed as can be to be able to do this job, show up every day to work. It's not every day that, you can do a job in government or anything like that and not sacrifice your values in some way, shape, or form. And I get to do this job every day and I don't have to sacrifice my values. I get to fight for workers who have been defrauded, my employer, for their wages. I get to fight for workers to ensure that they get benefits that they need to maintain economic stability. I get an opportunity to fight for workers who are dealing with disabilities and need to get out into the workforce so that they can be an integral part of our economy. and every single part of that just brings you complete joy on a day-to-day basis. And so, I had the pleasure of growing up with two very, very, impactful parents. Both of them, went back to school while I was in an age of understanding. A lot of times nowadays people complete all of their educational pursuits before their kids are born. But I was one of those kids who was sitting next to his dad while he was doing homework and sitting next to his mom while she was doing homework and working at the same time. And I was able to see the impact of lifelong learning and things like that and what it could have and the impact it could have on a family. And how our lives changed as a family as my parents continue to gain more education and move up in their careers. I could see the real life impact that it had on our household. And so that's what I want for every child. I want every child to be able to see their parent be successful in their career pursuits and to consistently as they go on, gain more education, gain more skills and training so that they can improve the lives of their families. And I think that every child deserves to look at their parents in that light and to see their parents as a success. And I think every parent deserves to show that to their child. And if there's anything that we can do by way of employment and training to make that happen, I feel like that.
So the impact you were talking about of watching your father do his homework, what did that instill in you?
Well, my father is a very unique person. Is a story of perseverance in and of itself, and he probably doesn't like talking about it at all. But my father had a criminal record when I was growing up. Got into some silly business when he was a young guy, and wanted to turn his life around. He had a huge child that was being born. It was probably like 6'6", 300 pounds the day he was born. With a size 15 shoe. And, he had to change his life around and do some things a little bit differently. But it was really hard to shake his criminal record. And at the time in the 80s and the 90s, it wasn't like it is today where there's some type of consciousness when it comes to criminal justice reform. At that time, most people remember once you got that scarlet letter, it was all she wrote. It was kind of hard to make the case for yourself. And, he constantly went back to school to try to improve himself, to try to overcome the criminal record that he had. And, would go to interviews and it would constantly come up. Go back to college, get his degree, still would come up, still had a hard time. Went back to law school. Went to law school later on in life, probably in his late 30s, early 40s, around the same age that I am now. And still, because of a record from 20 years earlier, at the time, there weren't many law firms who would hire him. So he decided to start his own law firm. And as he would probably say it, did a little bit of ambulance chasing for the first few years before he really, made a niche for himself and is incredibly successful as a result. And so I was blessed to have seen, sometimes people see, the whole thing, you weren't with me shooting in the gym. I had the pleasure of watching him shoot in the gym before he was able to really make it big and doing the things that he loves and see that perseverance. And so that really instills something in a person, when they grow up, that, no matter what challenges that we face, we have all the tools within us to overcome them. Some paths may be harder than others. Some hills may be higher than others, but at the end of the day, there's not too many things that we can face that we can't overcome with what's between our ears and what's in our chest.
Okay. Last question here.
Yeah.
What was your biggest challenge and how did you overcome it?
My biggest challenge. And how did I overcome it? I would probably say that, my biggest challenge, I can be a little bit talkative and sometimes, in the industry of politics, sometimes it's more about what you don't say than what you do say. And so knowing those moments where, you just bide your time, bite your tongue and address the problem that you have in another more constructive manner. That was probably something that was the thing that I had to learn on the fly. That, you know, is almost one of those Dave Chappelle skits, when keeping it real goes wrong. And realizing that you can't always keep it 100% real in the manner in which I'm accustomed to. That sometimes keeping it real might be sending a strongly worded letter, sending a strongly worded email, making a statement at that moment, or you know, that's measured and reserved. And so really trying to tame my own responses to what I felt were slights or injustices, and recognizing that, you know, just like when you play sports, you know, the ref never sees the original infraction; they only see your response to it.
Yes.
And recognizing that if I really want the outcomes that I'm looking for, that I have to focus on the means in which I'm getting there.
Great, man. I appreciate your time. Things that you spoke about were very, very powerful. You know, our paths will cross as they always do.
No
And
doubt.
I just thank you so much for your story and the time
No
that you
doubt,
gave
man.
us today.
No doubt, man. Thank you for having me. Really appreciate it. If there's anything that I can do, don't hesitate to reach out.
No problem, sir.
All right.
Great.
Yeah, we look a little yellow, don't we?
Yeah.
Like jaundice. Okay, we're gonna make it work. Listen, we were just clowning. I mean, really, but really not really. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Be this high yellow Negro over here. we were just clowning because I was saying, where's my phone?
Yeah, it's okay.
You guys ever you probably won't even admit it, right? But if you've ever just kind of looked for something,
like looking for your glasses while you
wearing, you must have done that before. Look for your glasses while you're wearing them. Hey y'all, welcome back to ReManned Live Beyond Grievances. This has been amazing so far. We are, I guess, a halfway part of it or through it.
Yeah,
almost, right? We've got a tremendous panel tonight. One of my dear friends all the way from Minnesota will be sharing tonight. But Ron, what do you, I mean, we had an opportunity to talk earlier today, and then we've had several speakers today from my dude, Dr. Jamal Harrison Bryant. Where are we? Right, that's the question that he asked. Where are we? Go ahead.
Where are we? Where are we?
Yeah.
I think like today with his message and everybody's message, it really just shed a lot of light on exactly that. Where are we?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And with manhood and everything, like we really have to step back and look, because it is now this event is really showing how we need to step up in our rightful place and do what we should be doing.
You know, that kind of sounds a little thuggish though, right? When a man says you need to step up into your rightful place, there are some sisters who would say, and what is your rightful place? What do you mean you have a right to a place? How would you respond to that?
We are the leaders.
Wow, that's a bold statement.
It is. Bro. I mean, we're not even talking about biblically, all scriptures.
Wow.
Not that it's demeaning anything that the females do, but we have to be able to stand up and be accounted for. Like they say in the street, stand tall.
Stand tall. Lean in. Yeah. Right? And so, again, I overemphasize the fact this is not misogyny, right? This is men who have been noticeably absent for a period of time, right? And recognizing that there is a place, and I don't want to shrink back from that idea. There's a rightful place of a man in a household, a husband taking his rightful place, a father taking his rightful place that cannot be duplicated. You can't, as much as I love our sisters, right? They cannot be fathers to their children. There is a unique contribution that we bring to the family that no one else brings, and when it's absent, it's felt.
And you said the research shows that.
Absolutely.
When you did the research, and you talked about father in the household. We all seen young toddlers, whatever, doing something, and everybody's telling them to stop. And then dad said, "What I say?"
That's it. He ain't even got to speak. He ain't even got to raise his voice. Yo, my man, what your mother say? And little Johnny, right? There's something in our voice that brings a level of respect. And again, that is not to diminish, right, the work and the contribution of our sisters, which is significant. And they've held it. They've held it down.
But you have to look at, we all have our part, especially with raising kids. We all have our part. There's something that we cannot give that females give.
Absolutely. You should probably call them women, because I've heard some say, I ain't no female. Well, you are. But I guess there's this whole era of political correctness that we have to navigate. And so y'all tell us in the chat, what is it female? Is it women? I've said our sisters, and
Please
I've got
help us.
hammered.
Please help us.
Please help us. We don't mean any disrespect, but it's a part of the reason why we wanted sisters to be a part of this conversation as well, right? So that they know the things that scratch us the wrong way, and the same thing for we want to know for them.
What we're talking about with dynamics. Females may have an issue being called females.
Yes.
But we need to be called men. Think about that.
Yeah, yeah. Say that again a different way.
A different way?
Yeah.
I can't say that way.
Yeah, not that way.
No, but we always tell people the man needs to step up.
Yes.
Or as men, we need to do something.
Yes.
So why can't it be females?
Oh, I don't know. I simply want to make sure that at the end of the day, we are respectful.
Yes.
Right. That I don't ever want, because I think that that's a part of manhood too. Right. Understanding the respect factor, being able to honor women, honor your mom, honor your lady, honor. And I don't know, Ron, I've not always been honorable, right? And that's why inside the ReManned Project, we strip men of the title man.
That's right, you're not a man.
Until you graduate this process.
And then you become Mr.
And then you become Mr. Chris Collins, he'll be with us tomorrow,
Okay,
right?
That.
And Chris Collins said, Doc, you can have DR. Give me MR.
Right.
And if someone would honor me enough to call me MR, then I've accomplished what I really need to accomplish. There's a whole lot of honor that comes behind that title, MR. So it's an incredible time. We're going to shortly. We're going to welcome our moderator, Daryl Taliaferro, tremendous brother out of Nashville, Tennessee. We ain't just in Delaware, man.
And that's what I love about this event, man. We're all over the
We all over the place, bro. Georgia, Minnesota, Tennessee, obviously, Delaware, California.
You can't. You better not leave out.
Well, Cali.
Yeah,
I love Cali. That's my second home. I love Cali, but they on fire right now. I can't rock with them right now until they deal with
fix that.
They fix all of that. And so I'm really excited about today's conversation, man. Before we get into that though, talk to me about what the earlier part of the day got to you. Any nuggets that dropped that you said, wow, let me put that in my pocket for future use.
Just thinking, Chris Bouchard, only because he spoke his truth. Yeah. And a lot of times we shrink in certain arenas, not speaking our truth. Yeah. And not worrying about, am I going to hurt somebody's feelings, or should I say that? He spoke his truth, and he would deal with whatever comes with
along with that. And Ron, I think I was listening to him. I had an interview that I did during that time, right? But I was listening to him, and I can promise you that no matter where you are as a dude, he hit you.
Yes, he did.
Right? He hit me with the whole divorce and marriage thing. I've been divorced, married, right? So he hit me with that. Like he said, there are some reasons in the Bible for divorce, but most of us are just divorcing just to divorce and don't take the covenant of marriage seriously.
And I think some of that is not to put anybody down. Because we're all been in a position. When you don't have all the tools as a man, a lot of times we marry because we have a feeling that we love somebody, but we're not prepared to do all the other stuff
that love really means, right? So I'm told all the time, look, Donald, love is not just this feeling, right? It's it's that agape thing is the most, and we teach that inside the program, right? It's the single most mature expression any man could ever gain, right? It's at the top of the arc.
And be okay with it.
And be okay with navigating this balance between lion and lamb, right? When I need to show up as lion, when I need to show up as lamb, and exactly how to do that. So you know, there's some things that he said, Ron, that were incredibly controversial, though, and I don't know why, but they were.
Which means he spoke his truth.
Yeah,
and I think when we talk about change society one man at a time, we've stepped back from telling our truth.
Why?
Yeah, because we were trying to fit into a society that we should have been the ones being the thermostat instead of the thermometer.
I knew you was gonna drop another one, boy. You know, drop another one, ladies and gentlemen. We have the responsibility of being a thermostat,
right,
and not a thermometer, right?
So
we don't measure culture.
Mm-mm.
We change culture. We cause it to rise and to fall based upon who we are as men. And so Chris Broussard brought fire. I mean, just absolute fire. We talked about Jamal. Who else was up earlier today?
Saran.
Oh my God. And I want to shout out to my man Saran. We call him Saran. Saran, he ain't really big on the whole title thing, but that dude is the Secretary of Labor. He ain't no lightweight, literally, right?
He's not anybody.
He's not just
tall in stature.
He's 6'6"?
Yeah.
Oh my God. And the dude came on and spoke his truth. Isn't it amazing? I think what we've done well today, amidst a bunch of challenges that our team has just been marvelous at managing. Steve English, Kwame, Dawn, just have done a tremendous job at making it all work. So we get a chance to sit on here and act like we know what we're talking about, right?
With all other stuff going
on. All the other stuff they're making happen. And, you know, isn't it amazing, though, that today everyone had a piece to this puzzle? And Saran brings up this idea of how he gets there, how he watched his parents deal with education, which made an indelible mark on him and how he deals with education and how he deals with his children, so on and so forth. I heard that question. Right. Kind of talk about that a bit.
I asked him, how did that impact him? Because of his father's situation when he was younger, he continued to go back and get education. Doors closed, want to get more education.
Wow.
Doors closed. End up studying law. Still doors closed. So he said, man, I'll open up my own law firm. Well, that goes back to our definition of an excuse. No matter what my past is, I need to find a solution to the barrier that is in front of me.
So you just had to, again, talk about your definition. Let that be the last time, bro, that you share your definition.
It's a great definition.
It is a great definition. You should write Webster's and tell them to add it. So Saran represents what success is. Mm-hmm. Do you ever get success without genuine and authentic obstacles?
You have to have them.
You have to have obstacles.
You have to have them. Just as if you were in a weight room, you just don't walk in one day and you bench press 300 pounds.
Right. You gotta lead up to that.
Yes.
Right. You've gotta lead up to that. I want to shout out, man, Julio Hewitt, right, who talked to brothers today about interviewing and helping them to show themselves in excellence when it comes to interviewing, right? So that they get jobs. It's a skill, man. It's a skill. Sometimes you win or lose the job in that interview, right? You can be the guy who has the absolute skill to do the job, But if you don't interview well, right, then oftentimes you don't get the job. So I want to shout out to Julio Hewitt for doing a phenomenal job.
A lot of times in interviews, you got to take command of the interview. I'm interviewing you.
This dude is aggressive, man. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about when they say toxic masculinity. No, it's not toxic. It's masculinity.
Yes.
Right? It's being a matter of fact, being really, really clear. I tried to remember, I wonder if Steve remembers, how Chris Broussard characterized what true humility is. Because it's not bowing and scraping and soft voices. That's not humility, right? And I think a lot of brothers refuse to step into a role because they've not, that kind of contribution isn't always celebrated in our society in the way that it really should.
And it really isn't.
Yeah.
It really isn't.
Yeah.
And it's sad too. We have to, as men, we're going to be put in situations where we always got to show our confidence.
It's everything, man.
Yes, you got to show you.
And I remember this put my mom on blast. Shout out to my mom, right? That's your girl. Yeah. That's your girl. And I remember this was kind of a check for me, right? And I spent years unraveling this because it tied me. I remember talking when I was pastoring. I was talking with one of the brothers, and I asked him to kind of get something for me, and he brought back the wrong thing. So I just said, "Hey, my man, listen to me. This is what I need from you. I need you to get this, right?" And when I left, when he left out, my mom said, "You don't love people." I said, "Precious, I do. I do love people." And she said, "No, because if you love people, you won't speak to them in the way that you just spoke to that man." And again, what was missing in that conversation is my father saying, "No, baby, look, that's him speaking and having confidence like a man." The brother wasn't offended, right? He understood it. He was cool with it. It wasn't like I was rude to him. Just as a matter of fact, do you think that comes off rude? Is that what happens?
And I was just going to ask you, do you think that is part of our struggles that we have in society today when people say, "I feel disrespected," because they've never had to deal with somebody
speaking as a matter of fact
to them,
right,
and what they need? Because now everybody, man, I felt disrespected. That wasn't disrespectful.
Let me tell you how powerful that is, and I hate to do it because I feel like you trying to like upstage or something.
No, I took my vitamins.
You took his vitamins. So on my way, I've been to Ghana. You've been fortunate to travel the world. You were in the United States Navy.
That's right.
And so I was a Marine for 12 weeks. I was a Marine for 12 weeks. Oh, don't act like that. I was a part of the Brotherhood. Hoorah!
You can't even say it.
Right? So I was, you've had the privilege of traveling and experiencing different cultures, right? And I remember on my way to Ghana, West Africa, there was a guy on the plane, right? And, he would just kind of walk back and forth. And, by our standards, it was kind of rude. He said, "What's up with you?" And he said, "You Americans." I said, "Man, this guy go left, right?" He said, "We said, you're rude." He said, "No, I'm what you would have been if you never got captured."
Wow.
All around. He said, "The confidence I walk in is the confidence you would have walked in if there had not been this enslavement of Black men and women,
which is
African men, which was
it's a trauma
still
to
this day, right?" And so I think again it goes back to how the unique contribution of men, how we need not shrink back from that. And I want to celebrate Chris just because to your point, he just told his truth. It was a matter of fact. You agree or don't agree. that wasn't really up to him. His point is, let me just tell you what I think about it, and you let it sit with you, and you make decisions you need to make about it.
But I think that's manhood. We all have something unique to bring to the table.
Yeah.
Although we're all, the one thing we have in common, we're men.
Yeah.
But we all have something unique to bring to the table.
Yeah.
And we should all be able to bring it to the table.
Yeah, absolutely.
We can't have it. Do you eat the same meal every day?
No, but I could. Let me tell you what I could eat every day. Curry goat. I had curry goat for breakfast the other day. My mom said, "Son, come on now." So yeah, that's another thing. So yeah, I think what we experienced this morning was something incredibly powerful. And even Minister Robert Muhammad.
Right. We had a variety.
We had a variety of perspectives, voices. Look, and I know some of y'all don't like what Robert Muhammad had to say. It's okay. I don't know that I agree with everything every speaker said, right? But you got to respect the fact that they were courageous enough to say it, and that there's a part to that puzzle. Even if I disagree, yeah, let me revisit that, right? Because at least what it'll make me do is check my own particular bias or whatever I've got going on that I may need to look at.
But that's manhood. Able to receive the information, process the information, and then put it out there in the world.
Because that brother's an excellent teacher.
Yeah.
Robert Muhammad is an excellent teacher. Chris Broussard, excellent teacher. Saran Cade, excellent leader.
He has a big task.
He has a huge task. And I think what I love most about that conversation today, y'all, was the fact that he said, I get a chance, Ron. Well, I wanted to throw something. Here's what he said. Because we talk about this a lot in the second phase or month 3. We talk about values and ethics.
Right.
And a part of what Saran said was, look, man, I get a chance to do this work without compromising my own sense of values, right? Which is key, because if you are going to show up authentically in any situation, you can't compromise your values. And you I mean, you don't like to admit it this way, but you're in politics, right? You're in politics. You ran for school board. Yes. You won. Yes. That's a political process. Will you at least acknowledge that? That's a political process.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you ran for office. I didn't say you were a politician. I said that you're in politics. That politics is the art of the compromise.
And it's more than that. We go back and forth all the time. And I said, did we move the needle today? I may not agree with what you said. You may not agree with what I said. But in this dialogue, did we move the needle today?
Yeah.
We're not going to get from A to Z.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
But if I got the needle from A to B,
yeah,
that's an accomplishment.
Yeah, absolutely.
It will come back tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is going to be a phenomenal conversation tonight. Ron, let's talk about what they're about to hear. We've got my dear friend, Daryl Taliaferro, that is coming on. Keith James is coming on. Kobe Owens is coming on. Michael Fisher is coming on. Nafis is coming on. Tremendous brothers that will be on in this conversation about the assault that is happening on Black men. Mm-hmm. And not to be overly scriptural, but one of the things that Psalm 62 says is, how long will you assault a man? Right? David says that we're already like leaning walls and toddling and teetering fences. Everyone's trying to knock us off of a high position. And the truth is, society has been successful. It's been successful in knocking men out of place and out of position. And so tonight, we're going to have a tremendous conversation with these brothers. I'm fortunate that I get a chance to sit back and learn from the guys that we have. And we got older guys, we got younger guys. Again, a variety of perspective that makes for good TV. It makes for good perspective.
And just think back in Africa where you had young kings, young leaders.
Yes,
But you always had the elders.
absolutely. They don't have to. We don't have to work in silos.
No.
The Keith Jameses and Kobe Owens, they're brilliant guys. Right. Mike Fisher, what he's doing in Los Angeles and Compton is crazy. Right. And so we're excited. But before we get to that, Ron and we just gonna watch from the sidelines.
Yes, sir.
Because otherwise he's gonna come up with another definition, and we're gonna have to sit here and listen to another definition that he has about something that he thinks is good. So before we get into that, we got my dude from Minnesota. He used to be here, now in Minnesota, Dr. Ron Bell. And he's going to talk about these 3 areas that we've got to really pay attention to as it relates to the assault on Black men. And if we can kind of manage these 3 areas, I think things are going to be solid. And then this how they used to do in the Baptist church. And then the very next voice you will hear is that of our pastor, right? We're going to hear Darrell Tagliaferro and the panel discuss the assault on Black men.
In that order.
In that order. Hey, guys, we'll see you after all this is over.
All right. So I am cisgendered BIPOC whose pronouns are he and him. Cisgendered meaning I ascribe to the birth organs that came with me. And BIPOC meaning I'm a Black individual person of color. And again, my pronouns, when you talk about me, are he and him. Now, if any of that made sense to you, then that is exactly the problem that we face as Black men. I'm a Black man raising 2 Black boys. And the fact that the media has tried to divide us up into all these little boxes, right? These little squares for us to appropriate ourselves in, and that we ascribe to it is problematic. I think one of the things that we've got to do is take back ownership of language specifically when it comes to ourselves. This again, whoever names it owns it, right? And so when we allow the media to consistently change the names of how we see ourselves, we are by and by reducing what it means to be a man, literally reducing what it means to be a man, cisgender, BIPOC, he, him, all kinds of other things that may or may not come in. So we just have to be clear that we are Black men. And then again, in my case, I'm a Black man raising 2 Black boys. I define me. My father defines me. My grandfather defines me. My great-great-grandfather defines me, right? My history defines me. Africa defines me, right? I will not allow some European system to come along, white liberal, however you want to define it, Starbucks generation to come along and redefine who I am as a man. I am a Black man. And it's important that we critique the media against these false narratives about what it means to be a Black man. So again, that's how I see this kind of attack on manhood when it comes to the media. Yeah. The other piece is when it comes to religion. Again, how do we see there being attack on what it means to be a Black man, specifically what it means to be a man? I think part of the problem with that is that we have this crazy misconception that Christianity specifically is kind of the white man's religion, right? You hear that all the time. But it's simply that when people say stuff like that, it's clear to me they haven't done their homework. They didn't go read Acts 2. They didn't see where the gospel went in 3 different directions at the same time: Africa, Europe, and Asia, right? They haven't done a history. They didn't see that in the first century, Egypt was a Christian nation. In the second century through the 14th century, Nubia was a Christian nation. The Congo was a Christian nation up until the 17th century. Benin was a Christian nation. All throughout the Nile, there were Christian nations popping up. They hadn't done the homework to see that we knew God before we accepted these terminologies of black and white that the Europeans trying to give us during slavery. And so I think that's critical, because when we talk about what it means to be a man in the aspect of religion, when we again accept these false narratives that specifically Christianity is white man's religion, or that religion itself somehow dilutes us or tamps us down or makes us less aggressive or less able to be responsive or reactive, then we end up doing ourselves a disservice. All of that stuff is false, right? Right. My religion gives me strength, right? It is my guide. It is what I stand on to defend and protect my household, my community, this nation, right? My faith, my belief in God, how I see God dictates how I treat others. And so again, I got to be careful about who I let define my narrative, right? I got to be careful that I don't accept again these westernized concepts of what it means to be a black male, or even what it means to be a Christian, right? Right. It's really important that we control that narrative. The last thing I'll say about this, so I've dealt with the media piece, I've dealt with the religion piece, and the last piece that I think we really got to have a critical conversation around is policy. We keep talking about marching and the importance of marching, and marching is very important. Let me just say, I don't care. I don't care what the media tries to tell you. We wouldn't be where we're at right now had some rioters not broken a couple of windows. Right. So we can pretend like, that's not a part of who we are, or that's bad or whatever else. And it's true. We don't want to perpetuate that. But the reality is those protests and those riots got some stuff done that previously had not been done. You look at the Breonna Taylor case, just even getting to the fact of coming to a grand jury would not have been possible without the protests, without the riots, and so forth. And so we never want to disparage people from protesting. And certainly we want to talk against rioting, but we also have to be honest that rioting has done some stuff that has helped us get some measures pushed and passed. But here's the place, though, that we have to be critical when it comes to policy, is that we have to move from the outside to the inside. I'm all for marching. I'm all for, the protests. I'm all for the hashtag and the rest of that stuff. But how do we get to the table, right? And if we can't get to the table, how do we make our own table? How do we create a table for us to sit down, right? Right. I think we have to move from outside to inside, right? And so to me, when I think about policy, I think about that movement. I think about what it means to be entrepreneurs, what it means to feed our community, what it means to teach our community. Listen, I absolutely hate homeschooling, this online stuff. But I tell you what, in a moment like this, with where the world is, where race is, where COVID is, where all these issues that are coming up are, listen, there is no better teacher for my black sons than me. I'm the best teacher. My black wife is the best teacher for our black sons. I'm the best teacher right now. And so there's a critical need for black folk to step up and teach our children, to feed our folk, to support our folk, counseling, therapy, all those things that get us on the inside, not just the outside when it comes to policy decisions. I think that's the role of manhood. Like, we got to be clear. This thing is a two-edged sword. We're not just outside, but we got to get inside. We got to create the space, sit at the table, and not just demand rights for our people, but create rights, create options and avenues and inventory and all those pieces that help our community. I think that's how we begin to move the needle. So again, when it comes to media, listen, forget those narratives. You are not cisgendered, BIPOC, he, him. That ain't you. No, you a black man. You are a man, period. Right? When it comes to religion, you do not subscribe to this Western notion of Christianity, this evangelical demonic mess that they got going. No, whatever faith you ascribe to, you stand on that to seek justice for your community. And when it comes to policy, again, we have to work from the outside and the inside. Again, I'm all for the protest, but we also got to create opportunities on the inside where we can begin to make systemic changes for our community. And so that's what it means to be in this space.
Well, hello, everybody. I hope all is well with each and every one of you. We're excited about this panel discussion tonight. It's an opportunity for us to really dive a little deeper and really understand the perspectives of men. We have a well-rounded panel tonight, and they're going to come on, and I'm going to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves. But I want you to do me a favor, even before we begin tonight. I want you to share this on Facebook. If you're on social media, share this. Get your phone out, send somebody a text message, and encourage them to be a part of the conversation. The chat is open, so you can feel free to put any questions that you have for the panel in the chat. If we have not asked those specific questions, I will ask those questions. Now, the goal in this discussion tonight is to be a little edgy, to be in your face. I want us to upset the status quo. It is the vision of our leader, Dr. Morton, to really do what we need to do to really push the narrative of going beyond grievances, moving from where we are to where we need to be. So I'm going to invite the panel to come on at this point, and I'm going to have them to introduce themselves at this moment. All right, gentlemen, it's good to see you all. Good to see you all. I'm going to
it's good to see you
all. Begin to introduce yourselves, take a few minutes. We're happy to have Dr. Fisher on. Brother Colby is on. Brother Keith is on. Brother Ricks is on. We're going to have you all introduce yourself. So Dr. Fisher, you go first.
You want me to go first, man? All right. So I bring everyone greetings from Compton, California, in LA. And I pastor the Greater Zion Church family, first Black church in Compton, built by my father back in 1954. I do a lot of work in Compton. I say I would be a philanthropist, social justice leader, and a woke, proud, Black, saved, sanctified, filled with the Holy Ghost, but yet we'll get it done by any means necessary. Dr. Martin Luther King X. That's me.
Got you. Just so you know, there's some challenges with the audio on your side. So you may want to take a moment and check that out. It sounds kind of muffled, so that you know. All right, Brother Kobe, happy to have you on. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Okay, he's off. We're going to go ahead to Brother James. You go ahead and introduce yourself. Glad to have you on your panel. Brother Keith James.
How you doing this evening? My name is Keith James, 25-year-old community advocate, former state representative candidate for state representative in the 10th district. I'm excited to be a part of this conversation. Dr. Morton has been a great mentor of mine for years and somebody who's always provided a unique perspective for how we should keep this movement alive. If you guys follow Dr. Morton, you guys know about complexity of colors. You guys know that he's pretty much been in this work for some time. And so I'm just really excited for this conversation and look forward to a productive conversation. Thank you all for being here.
Definitely. All right, Brother Ricks, it's on you.
Hey, how y'all doing? My name is Nafis Ricks. I'm from Philadelphia, PA. A mental health advocate. I'm definitely trying to be a poster child for the Black and brown community as well as males, because I think it's very, very important that we stress the need that we need Black men leading, spearheading a lot of things that's going on in this world and in this economy. So that's a little bit about me, but I appreciate being on this panel. I look forward to having a candid conversation.
Definitely. Glad to have you all on. Now, we're living in a day where there is indeed an assault on. Brother Kobe, did you have an opportunity to introduce yourself?
I did not. Sorry about that. We're having a storm here and my iPad went down. But my name is Kobe Owens. I'm a former candidate for Wilmington City Council. I'm a community organizer, longtime advocate for civil rights and voting rights, and really building equity in the Black community and looking at how we can train the next generation of organizers.
Okay. All right. Glad to have you on. And hopefully that storm will stay at bay so that we can keep you on.
Yeah, I'm on my phone now.
No problem. All right, cool. All of us know that we're living in a day of great uncertainty, right? So much is happening. The year 2020 has been the most tumultuous year for all of us, particularly the African-American community. More specifically, the African-American man. Unless you have been under a rock, then you know that there is and has been for some time an assault on the Black man. There's been an assault on the Black family. There's been an assault on the Black woman, but more specifically, there's been an assault on the Black man. Tell me a little bit about your perspective on what that assault is, Dr. Fisher, and how you believe that assault has defined the Black man. I think you're still on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it sounds kind of robotic a little bit, but go ahead.
All right, good. No, there's definitely been an assault on the Black man. As a matter of fact, I mean, I don't have really too much evidence on what I'm getting ready to say, but I'm starting to conclude that the Europeans were Cain, and all the people, everyone else were people of color. You know, it seems as if they are very threatened by our strengths, our knowledge, our wisdom, how gifted we are, and how we are able to adapt even under the most pressurized situations. And at least in this country, I think that at this time, this consistent being under scrutiny, this consistency of being profiled, this consistency of being shut out and being hindered and having to jump through hoops and go through valleys and mountains, I think that it was supposed to weaken us, that the intention of it was that it was supposed to make us not motivated, but in actuality, it has done the reverse. You know, resistance builds muscle. Pain, if you're under pain too long, you build a tolerance to it. And I think that that's exactly what has happened for us as Black men, is that because we're always under this weight, right? It's creating now a generation of adapters, a generation of Black men who say, I already know when I come into the room that you're going to make me do more than what the white counterparts are going to have to do. And as a result, we're starting to be more resilient, headstrong, stubborn in a good way. And so I know some people will probably say it has broken us down, but I'm actually starting to see a resurgence of the strong Black man from back in the day that could not be broken, and every chance he got, he was breaking away from Master's house.
So I want to stay right there, because ultimately, I think that's a good point, because Brother Rick, when you look at the Black man and you take the mental capacity of a person, and you think about all the stuff that Black men have had to endure over the years, you have one or two choices. You could either fight or you can flight. And quite often, society expects men of color to flight, but it is our responsibility to fight. What is your perspective from a mental health perspective on the overall impact of this effect on the Black man?
I think the biggest thing, especially with mental health, you talking about Black men, from my personal experience, we have a hard time being vulnerable. And feeling the pain and feeling the hurt. So I think the first thing we have to do is release the hurt, liberate ourselves. And I think, like Dr. Fisher said, as a resurgence of the Black man, of consciousness and really reading and really doing your history. I think a lot of times sometimes we get stuck in that mindset, like we got to jump through hurdles and hurdles and hurdles instead of creating our own table. So with the mental health perspective, when you start seeing that stuff on social media of continuously Black men is being slandered on every aspect, I believe Black people are not monolithic. We all share different experiences. And what you're seeing now, the assault on Black men is very prevalent. And, people form a lot of opinions based on the perception of what we should be doing or whatnot. And that kind of dilutes us as men. That's how I feel about the Black man. So I definitely think it's an opportunity right now, or what we, in this climate that we in, to that resurgence is coming back from the 60s and even before then, because I don't say we're strong Black men. I think we're strong men in general. I think that's just another label to dilute who we are as people. So that's my little 2 cents on it.
So when you consider from a health perspective, the mental aspect of the man in terms of being a strong man, let's take Black out of it, being a strong man, how much of the Black experience, however, does inform that?
Man, it greatly informs it, because it just shows you that our experience is totally different from our counterparts. I mean, I think when you talk about psychology and being a student of it and everything like that, everything they're doing and the people who create the rules, it doesn't really fit who we are as people.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a big struggle at times when you say, well, you got to keep doing this. You got to keep kicking through the door. Well, I didn't kick down 10 doors. How many doors did I got to kick down to get to where you at, just to have an equal playing field? So I think just fighting that stigma and normalizing this mental health about Black men and serving us, as well as just being open about our struggles and being comfortable with admitting that we struggle. Like, we have a lot of internal pain and which need to be brought to the forefront, but you got to have people that speak to that demographic, and you have to have people doing the work.
Okay. All right. So, Brother Owens, when you consider the political landscape, especially now in 2020, with all that's going on with, we have potentially the first Black African-American vice president. We have already had the first African-American president. As a Black man, how important is it to engage in politics in an effort to change the narrative on this assault?
Yeah, so first off, thank you for having me on this panel. And speaking to that, for me, I truly believe that it's one of the more important things that we can have in our tool set when we want to build our communities back up. It's on us to take that power back, because for decades now, people have been using this quote unquote power that they get from being elected to further build their own personal wealth and help their friends, why completely ignoring our community. I think one of the major aspects of it, and one of the reasons I know I decided to run, is because I felt as though our community was being overlooked, and not all kinfolk are, good for you. You have to have the right people in office for you looking to really fight for our issues. Again, politics is a dirty game. You have money coming from everywhere. You have dark money. You have people who have special interests who are, they'll wave a check in front of you to do what they want. And usually what happens then is Black men are usually left out of the conversation. Yes, we vote, and that's great, but it cannot end with the vote. The vote is the first step. You have to hold the elected officials accountable. You have to hold their feet to the fire. And if they're not doing exactly what you want, you run for office. You build a team. And, one of the things about that is me and Keith, we both ran this cycle. And we ran on the premise of helping our community. And I think that's what it should really be about. And I think right now in 2020, not just on a federal level, but all the way down, we have people who are running for personal gain instead of for our community. And that's when we start losing out. We have to be able to recognize, the wolves in sheep clothing.
Yeah. So it looks like Brother James is having some technical difficulties. So we'll continue the conversation. Once I see him back on, then of course I'll engage him in there. So I gave you all an opportunity to discuss basically your perspective in your specific area relative to the assault on the Black man. But let's first of all, we agree that there is an assault on the Black man. All right. We also agree that there's an assault on the man in general, to Brother Rick's perspective and to his point. With that said, we can talk about this assault all day long. We can talk about it. And one of the things that you can go to any barbershop in America and we could talk about this assault. I mean, you could sit and we could talk for days about how the man has his proverbial knee on our necks. But moving beyond that perspective, now what? What is, how can we thrive in a system that was designed to work against us? How can we move forward in an environment that was not designed for us to move forward? I'm going to start with you, Brother James, if you can hear me. How do we thrive in a system that was designed to work against us?
Honestly, I think we need to first build a collective amongst each other and be able to understand that how we're stronger together than when we are separated. One thing that I truly value is, like, throughout the campaign and throughout the journey, I was able to reach out to my brother Kobe. I was able to reach out to my mentor Dr. Morton, or any other mentors or any other candidates who were men who understood what we were going through. And so I think that once we have that collective and we understand that we're stronger together, then we can plan forward. But there was something that I was talking about today, and I said, but ego would have to die first. And it can't be about whose face it is leading the charge. It can't be about who's getting all the credit or the name recognition. We have to be very humble as we go into this process, because we have to understand that in order for this to work, there is not going to be one person leading the charge. It's going to be multiple leaders, like you see here in this panel right here, moving the bar forward to make sure that we're touching each facet that we need to touch, as far as mental health, as far as crime, as far as addiction, as far as generational wealth. We need all of our community leaders, all of our men to come together and have these important conversations together. And I think we go in any barbershop there, we can talk about any one of those ideas, and we'll have a conversation the whole time we get our haircut.
For sure. All right, now let's shift the conversation a little bit, and I'm going to ask this, and I want it to be a free for all. Let's just talk. Let's just engage. All right. So in 1712, we have a publication that comes on the scene known as the Willie Lynch story, The Making of a Slave. Now, this publication gave details on how to basically govern yourself and to do what you need to do to manage your slaves. The overall premise was to give perspective on how slaves or how people are enslaved. Here's a question. Are we still, as Black men, victims of the system? We have been a slave to the narrative for a long time. Are we still victims of the system? The narrative that we have is that the man is on our neck, the man is against me. Have we enslaved ourselves to that narrative?
If I could jump in here, I mean, I definitely think that, to some degree, there are people within our community who have enslaved themselves. But I think that where we should focus on is understanding the fact that the process of us enslaving ourselves is a part of what was instilled and what happened to our ancestors and to us over years. So removing the man from the house during, just the war on drugs, to just go back to the 80s and talk about that time. I mean, that was meant to take the men out of the house, and the women were led to lead the household. So things like religion and things like certain family morals and certain family values were put on the back burner, as this mother is trying to raise 5 boys, 3 boys, 2 boys by herself, and the man is no longer there. So I think that there's a lot of things that have happened to us, not by our choosing, from the war on drugs, from the way that we have been enslaved, from the way that they fund our schools, from the way same access to healthcare, life insurance, things along those lines. I think those things keep us enslaved. But I think that there's a select few of us who truly believe that we can break those barriers. And I feel like sometimes we're trying to break those barriers for our entire race, right? We go to a room, we realize we're the only person of color there, and they're talking about race, and now it's like we're speaking on behalf of the entire Black community. So to some extent, yes, we do enslave ourselves, but I wouldn't take away from the fact that that would be a part of the process that they would have to continue to oppress us moving forward.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Brother Ricks. You were going to comment on it.
I think, like Brother Keith said, I think we didn't put ourselves in this position, and I think when you start learning about yourself and your people, you begin to break those chains. If you're willing, you have to, like, the ego part is very, very important, and not do the same pattern and things that we are accustomed to doing. Because, like I said, it's a mindset. Do I think we have? Do we have moments where we enslave? When you've been conditioning for 400 plus years, you would be flipped and turned around and not knowing who you are as a people. And we don't have a land that we can go to. We don't actually know. We can only read what's been on the surface. But as we peel back those layers, we know we were a part of a Black and brown community, and that's forever. So as we starting to wake up and we see, like, these brothers on this call, it's very prevalent that we do have some people stuck in their mindset. Like, when you lose hope, when somebody loses hope, especially from our community, then it's hard to get out of there unless somebody show you the way. Not tell you, but show you what it looks like to get out of that position. But I think we have some strong brothers on this call that's showing you what we've been through and everything like that.
Yeah, I think that's a good perspective. There's a poem that says, "Live your creed. I'd rather see a sermon than hear one any day. Rather one walk with me than just slave away. And I have a better pupil, more willing than an ear. Advice may be misleading, but your example is always clear." So to your point, you're right. I think we often, want people to tell us the way, but what really works for us, especially as men, is when people show us the way. Brother Fisher, you gonna say something?
Yeah, man. I think you see me looking off this because I'm having a hard time hearing. But I'll say this to the question of whether or not we're still victims to the system. And the answer to that, by definition, would be yes, because the definition of victim is one that's been injured, destroyed, or sacrificed by a particular condition. So the system definitely injures our families, destroys our communities, right? And it cripples us. So are we victims to the slave system? Yes. Things haven't even been changed. The laws haven't been changed, and that whole Emancipation Proclamation piece doesn't even abolish slavery, it actually reformed it. And it says that if you break a law, then you actually are a slave to your state or your property, to your state, county, or the country. So are we still victims? Yes. However, moving forward, though, and I want to say is I think we do need to keep in the narrative Black man, because they're only coming after us directly. And then also, I think that reminding them that we are Black says that there's a certain level of, I'm going to say it straight out, there's something that we're gifted with by God that unfortunately a lot of others don't have it. Now, does that sound like we're elite? Does that sound like we're all that and then some? Hey, as Jesus would say, if that's what you say, then that's what we must be. And then lastly, I think that what we're going to have to do very quickly is we're going to have to get rid of all the self-saboteurs that are within our own community. We got to get rid of them. No more supporting beards and wigs and laughing at them and saying that's okay. No more. I'm looking on Instagram and every person, Kiki somebody and not Carlton and all that. We got all of this going on that further undermines us trying to rebuild ourselves as proud men. And that has to change. So are we still victims? Yes. Can we come through this? Yes. But we're going to have to get rid of the self-saboteurs, and we're going to have to understand who we truly are.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna ask you, Dr. Fisher, if you would do me a favor. Could you actually come out of the live and come back in? There's a connection challenge that's happening, and we can hear you, but it's very robotic.
Okay, jump out and come back.
Yes. Hopefully that'll resolve the issues as possible. All right. So let's talk about this then. If we say that, well, No, we didn't put ourselves in this situation. No, we didn't enslave ourselves. But would you agree that we somewhat as men perpetuate this cycle of being the victim instead of taking the leadership of being the victor? I'll give you this example. Even when you look at music, when you look at, let's just take music. Let's look at hip hop. Like the narrative, what we talk about is very, very victim based, and we are actually oppressing not necessarily ourselves, but we're oppressing our women. I'm a preacher, so I'm not going to say what I what I want to say as relates to some of these things, but we are oppressing our women, and we are taking on the oppressor mentality. What is our responsibility as Black men, even as relates to that?
I can go on there. I'm glad that you brought music up. What I always say, you got to get to the root of everything. Who clears the music? So when rappers speaking from their experience, this is their only way. Well, I'm not gonna say this is their only way. This is my perspective. This is their way of articulating themselves through music. But you got to see who owns their music, who owns their rights to their music, and who's clearing it to put it out there. So as my experience, and I'm talking about my struggle, you're making money off my pain and struggle, and the algorithms and on the social media and these guys, boom, instantly become the fan favorite. Well, who's clearing that music? Because we don't own our rights. If you look at the wealth gap and you look at everything that's evolved around music, and you talk about just rap music, who makes the most money off of it? We don't. We don't own our rights. So when we try to say it's the rapper fault, no, it's the person who clears that music and who owns their rights to that music. Because you can kindly say we're not playing that because you own the rights. Now we do in a way that when we put that music out, it does perpetuate a certain type of energy. But that's your struggle. That don't mean you talking for all of us. Everybody has a different experience. So I always try to get to the root of the conversation. Is like, yo, until you own that music and you own your rights to the radio and everything like that, y'all don't have to put that out. This is what y'all want. That's what y'all want to portray as the Black man and their experience, our struggle and our pain. And we talk about our women in this music. But I always say, let's get to the root before we start punishing the rapper first. Because I had that perspective in my mind. It's like, well, why we keep putting this out? Well, that's your pain. I didn't have that. I never lived that experience, and I don't know what. But if somebody's putting a battery in your back and that's driving the views and the likes and everything like that, and they're making money off of it, then they're gonna keep doing it until we change that narrative.
So then, if that's the case, and Brother James, Fisher, Owens, all y'all chime in as well. If that's the case, and I agree, then how much are we willing to sell out for the dollar? How much are we willing to turn our back on our own community just so that we can floss, just so that we can do whatever we need to do and have a blue check on Instagram or Facebook? Because honestly, a lot of the music that's talking about our women are degrading the women. But that comes to as a Black man, I am destroying the family because it's coming out of my mouth. So how much of that is our responsibility? Now, to your point, you're right. It is it's out of our hands as it relates to who actually controls it and who actually approves it. But even when we go to the concert, you take somebody like Life Jennings. I don't even know where he is today, but he was a positive brother. You take somebody like Common when he was in that the music game. Some of the things that he spoke about and rapped about was positive. But now we have pushed those guys to the side, and all we want to hear about is slanging this or doing this to this girl or doing that to that girl. How much of that is our responsibility? My point in all of this is this. We could talk about the system, we could talk about music, we could talk about education, of which we're going to get to, but where is our responsibility in the narrative where we say, okay, you know what? Enough is enough. Now it's time to do what we need to do. Because as we continue the conversation, we're going to talk about Tulsa, we're going to talk about Black Wall Street and all of that. During that time, they had a different mindset. I think our mindset is different than what theirs was, and it needs to be, if not better, it needs to be much better, but it's now worse.
Can you hear me, or am I still robot?
We can hear you.
So my
answer is going to be simple. When the Black community no longer provides a market for the foolishness, then the fools will no longer be offered a contract to be jesters.
Say that one more time.
When the Black community no longer offers a market for foolishness, then the fools will no longer be offered contracts to be jesters.
Wow. Like, that was good. That was good. I think you're right. But even it goes back to the idea of selling yourself for the dollar. You know, selling your message for the dollar. All of us want to come up. If any man, even on this panel, was to say that they did not want to come up, they would be lying. You know, but at what cost? At what what are the generational implications of my come up? What are the implications to my family of the come up? You know, you got music individuals who are producing music, individuals who are making music, individuals who are rappers and singers, doing various things, who some will juxtapose to the crack dealer or to the drug dealer on the street, spewing toxicity to the community. How much of that is equated one with the other, and how much of it is diametrically opposed to the other? Music, when I was growing up, I would watch my mother and my father put on various music, various records, because that changed the whole mood. They would come in from work, they had a negative day, they put on Stevie Wonder, they put on Michael Jackson, they put on, you know, different things that will be uplifting. Now we live in an age that if I turn on the hip hop station in my community, I got to worry about, am I going to feel attacked today as a Black man? Is you know, I'm not married, but if my wife was listening, when I get married, if my wife was listening, would she feel attacked today? And that gets into all of that, and we're coming full circle, gets at the idea of, as a Black man, what is our role in music? How do we control the narrative and even change the narrative of that? Let's move to
I just wanted to add into that last part that you were talking about before we miss it here. I
Sure.
mean, we have generations of Black men who have not been taught how to love, right? And we know if we go all the way, if we want to just take it real simple, God is love, right? So if we don't understand love, we don't understand God. And if we're not understanding God, we're not understanding love, then most likely we're not understanding ourselves. So we're allowing others to think for us. So then when you put on that music and you wonder if you're going to feel attacked, if you're going to, you know, because we're listening to people who have no direction, who are trying to lead us in certain places, lead us in certain energies that are just not of us. And so when we don't know how to love, that's when we go into those relationships where they are unhealthy, where they are toxic, where someone is more controlling, where, you know, and that's really, I believe that love is the root. If we teach our men how to love themselves and then in turns love each other, love the world, as somebody said earlier, be more vulnerable, then we can do a lot more as men, and particularly as Black men. But the cost of selling out, I mean, I think selling out only is a thing because there's certain ways that we have been blocked to be able to take over. I mean, it's very simple. It is not as easy for us to have the opportunities that you know, our white counterparts have, and moreover, it's harder for our Black women to have the same equal opportunities as their white counterparts, females and males. So there's a lot to unpack when we talk about, you know, to what extent will we, because if we're talking about you know, how do we actually move forward as men when it comes to dealing with this system, I think the answer is very clear. It's just that we're not organized enough to do it. And when I say very clear, I mean, think about it. Martin and Malcolm's house both got bombed. Not caught on fire, it got bombed because they were moving so radical and trying to push the changes at a radical rate that it scared the man. And so now, who is our Martin and Malcolm of today? Who is truly holding our government accountable for the issues that we face as men within our community? You know, and it's a big thing to unpack. And once we start owning more things, once we stop putting our dollars in their communities, I think that's all part of it. But we can't do all of those things and not teach our men how to love, because then we'll still be in the same situation.
So I want to jump back in now that I got my right stuff.
Man, perfect. You sound perfect.
That was nothing but no, that was just technology. All right. So I want to jump in and say this though, because I've worked in the entertainment field, I've done music, and it's not, I want to just kind of push back a little bit on that, because on the outside, well, it's not safe for me to assume that, but a lot of people assume that it's very easy to just be about the proper message when you get on a certain level. And the truth of the matter is you are owned going into it. So they actually dictate your message, they dictate your style, right? But all of that is ran by people who do whatever the masses want. So the truth is that we don't want to really acknowledge is that our appetite as a people has become for the ridiculousness. That's not a word, but it's the truth. And what we're going to have to do amongst ourselves is begin to tell our own youngsters, turn that mess off. What in the world is that feeding you? You know, we don't endorse it. I asked everybody when we went through this whole campaign for a second, I said, why haven't you seen any movement rise up and say the next person that comes out and calls our women hoes and bees and all of that, we're not supporting none of your music. Now, white people do it all the time. White people will burn stuff, burn shoes and all that stuff. LGBTQ+I, they're going to go forth and they're going to tear down anything that sounds as if it is prejudice. The Jewish community, if it's anti-Semitic, they almost canceled Nick Cannon, bro.
Yeah, you're right.
When it comes to us, we still got these idiots out here representing us with gold in their mouth. That's our fault. That's our fault. That ain't even systematic. That's our fault. We have allowed an appetite for foolishness to rise up in our culture, and we got to kill it.
Yeah, I think that's good. And that's where it gets to the point earlier. We have to start taking responsibility, first of all, for the narrative, and then we have to start taking responsibility to change the narrative. Let me ask each of you a question, and I want you to answer it in your own way. Name 3 people you love.
It's going to be my children. It's going to be my spouse. It's going to be my family.
Okay. All right.
My daughter, my woman, my mother.
You said what, Brother James? Okay, I can't hear him. Maybe he's speaking. So here's something interesting. Notice I asked you to name three people you love. You didn't name yourself first. You didn't name yourself at all. And often, and this has nothing to do with us on this panel, but as a race, we have been conditioned, even as a people, we've been conditioned. Who do you love? We don't automatically think about loving ourselves first. I think consequently, we are more apt to tear ourselves down and build everybody else up. We're so used to making sure that as men, we keep the peace around us, even with our girls. Hey, I don't want to say this. I don't want to do this. I'm trying to keep her at peace. We're so quick to keep peace around us that it is threatening the peace within us. And here's why I'm saying this. I want to talk about 5 areas as relates to Black men. I want to talk about politics, family, education, the church, and police. All of these areas in 2020 have been on the top shelf. All of these areas have been on the platform. All of these areas we have been affected by. Let's start with the police. All right. Unless you've been under a rock, you know the situation with George Floyd. You know the situation with Breonna Taylor. George Floyd goes into a convenience store and pays for his items with allegedly a counterfeit $20 bill. We know now that the money that was alleged to be counterfeit was not counterfeit. This police officer places his knee on his neck for a period of several minutes. The exact number of minutes is debatable. But what we do know is that yielded in his death. As a Black man who has seen this, as Black men who sees this narrative played out over and over again, Trayvon Martin, Mike Brown, you see this played out over and over again. Where are the Malcolms and the Martins that will stand up and say, this is the last guy that this is going to happen to? Where's our generation of men that will say, no. I don't have to be a preacher to do it. I don't have to be a politician to do it. I don't have to be a lawyer or a doctor. I'm a man. I'm a Black man. And it's time for me to stand up, even to the approved, what some would argue to be the approved militia known as the police. How do we, as Black men, stand up and take our rightful place against the injustices that we are receiving from the police? Now, some of it is our fault. Don't get me wrong. Some of it is our fault, but a lot of it may not be our fault.
All right, let's jump in.
For me, that's real. Go ahead.
Honestly, for me, that number one, the next leaders are right here on this panel, or have been on the panel all day, right? Number two, the next leader is watching this right now. The question needs to be exactly what you asked, is how do we take our rightful place? We stop asking for permission and we just do it, right? We just move forward. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and them, they didn't wait for no one to say, oh, you guys can go now, because that's never going to happen. We need to just jump in, start meeting with our politicians, stop waiting for a position or clout or a backing to be able to do it, but to walk in with the boldness of Esther and say, for a time such as this, was I born? Am I alive? And do I have the forthright to be able to walk in a room and make a demand that other people may say I don't have a right to make, but because of the anointing and the God that's with me, he's going to make you listen to me, while other people probably think I can't even get an audience with you. So I want to tell someone who's watching, don't wait for permission. If you see that as an issue, if that bothered you, what you saw down the street, around the corner at the precinct that you're a part of, schedule a meeting with your politicians and go sit down and talk with them. And the Bible says in Matthew that God will give you what to say at that moment when you're presented before the courts. And so I think that that's what we need to do. We need to stop waiting for permission, get up, follow that unction, and let God be God and open the door and give you the influence that you need.
That's good. That's good. Brother James, you're going to say something. I'm going to piggyback on what you just said.
Can I add into that point?
Yep, come on.
Yeah, and so I mean, and to that point, we have to understand, and we have to also recognize that we are in a very unique time, and as we talked about, like, religion has been pushed to the back burner in a lot of these households, right? And moreover, when we talk about being African American, some of us who identify as African American, we have a whole continent we identify with, not a country, not a culture, not a specific place. We have a whole continent. And so we don't really know where we come from. And so figuring out where we come from and getting connected to our roots is a big part of that, a big part of liberation. But moreover, as he was saying, not asking for permission, but being prepared for what we need to do if our government pulls from under us everything that we were built on. Right. And so in this point, do we know about agriculture? Do we know about education? Do we know about finances and being able to build up and how they divided and conquered to take over country? Do we know about those things? And unfortunately, until we all get on that one accord of understanding what it takes to be to liberate our people around agriculture, around education, around funding, government, we're going to continue to find ourselves in that type of cycle, and we just have to continue to prepare ourselves for that battle, because it is going to be a continued battle.
Yeah, I agree, and I think to both of your points, both of you said the same thing, but different ways, and it boils down to this: we as Black men have to prepare ourselves. We have to prepare ourselves educationally. We have to prepare ourselves financially, in every area, to be able to step into the role as a Martin or a Malcolm. But here's the deal, and this is where I want to challenge us too, whether it's us as men on the panel, or those of you who are watching right now, a lot of times we view leaders to be eloquent of speech, or leaders to be, got a nice suit on, leaders to be whatever. You can be whoever you are, dress however you dress, and be a leader that will change the whole trajectory of our society, as long as you are an informed leader. To me, you don't have to walk in a three-piece suit for you to lead me. As long as what you say is informed, is relevant, is palatable, not in a way that it is easy to go down, but in a way that is, I'm able to receive it in a way that may challenge me, but I'm still able to receive it. What I want to challenge every man is on this panel is, how do we prepare ourselves to lead? How do we prepare our brothers to lead? How do we prepare our sons to lead? How do we prepare those around us to step into the plate, up to the plate, and say, you know what? Enough is enough. We already talked about the goal of getting into politics. Let's talk about that. How do we get to the place to lead? Because at the end of the day, this is real. We got amazing, as I said earlier, we got amazing barbershop leaders. Y'all know this. We in the barbershop, bruh, man, what I would do is this. We get on the phone talking to each other, bruh, what I would do is this. But how do we take that same energy, go down to the county clerk's office, and fill out a petition for us to run for office? How do we do that? And how do we get up enough nerve to do that?
I think the first thing is education. I mean, I think education is the key. I mean, when you telling a person to go to the court office, or you petition someone, where do I start? So what does that look like? So for me, as a being a leader, and I don't think it's one way to lead. I think like you just said, like you stated, it's all different forms on how you lead. If you saying a good word and you got good follow through, you got consistency, and like you said, it has sound and substance. I think that's where you start finding yourself, and you find groups like this. So let me follow what you're doing. Let me see how you do it, so we can mesh the energy. I think a lot of times that we as Black men, sometimes it's hard to follow. But for the guys on this call, I think we all are leaders in some type of way. Maybe we got a different approach, but education is the key, because if I don't know where to start from, how can I say a message that doesn't have no concrete sound or follow through? So I think the first thing, like I said, always education, in my opinion, to get the conversation started. And don't be afraid to be vulnerable and state your opinion, even if you're wrong. It's okay to be wrong, and if you're not sure, and ask questions.
Yeah.
I think that, and then I think also that we need to restore this sense of mentorship and passing the baton from one generation to the next. So for me, I learned how to be a pastor, not through seminary, but by watching my father pastor. We all, and this can go back into the whole thing of why they took us out of the household, which demasculated the next generation of men who were raised by women who did a great job. But masculinity really comes forth by seeing your father be a man, right? And so with that being said, I think what's missing is this whole, the generation ahead taking, not asking, but taking young men that they see with potential, putting them under their wing and showing them how to be a leader.
Yeah.
That's this, it can go a whole nother route in that there's this competition between the people in front of us and the generation that needs to now come behind and take their place. There are people who don't want to be the Elijahs, who saw Elisha or Elisha, however you want to say it, and he cast his coat upon him and then said, come follow me. Paul saw Timothy and recruited Timothy. So I think that if we want to see another generation of leaders, that the leaders who are leaders now need to start asking God to show them who's the next person that got juice, right? And go and take them under their wing, bring them into the meetings, make them come and sit with you when you're doing these panel discussions. Let them see you how you're talking, because you learn by what you see, actually, more than you do by what you read. So I think that we need to restore that, which is what this whole ReManned thing is. Shout out to my boy, Dr. Donald Morton. That's what this is all about, is restructuring that. because the Jesse Jacksons and all of them, they took over after Martin Luther King, not necessarily because they went to school, which I'm an advocate for school, I got 3 degrees, but because they watched Martin Luther King do it, right? And then also Martin Luther King, which a lot of people don't know, was touched by the Southern Clergy Leadership Conference and that council. They saw him and brought him in. The old heads got him and brought him in and trained him up. So when we restore that, I think we'll start seeing a fresh, new group of leaders emerge.
Can I piggyback off of that? What you were saying, what Dr. Fisher was saying? I think I think another part of it, you got to listen to the youth. The Gen Z kids are not playing. Like the way they move and they operate, because they don't know how far they just know it doesn't feel right. What they're seeing, it doesn't feel right. So a lot of times I think we have to evolve, like you stated earlier. We have to put the ego down as older men. It's like, listen, let's listen to what they got to say. So now we bring it together, because like with the wave of the Black Lives Matter and all that, like I haven't been a part of that until now, of seeing that stuff, how fast the word get out. Like I got kids that I mentor that's in college leading their basketball teams in marches. Mind you, I never knew they had that in them, or even would attempt being on a predominantly white institution, because that's kind of frowned upon, and you lose money, and they won't support the organization. But I think it has to be some synergy and some connection where you say, listen, I don't know how to use technology, and that's all right. But the way you moving this needle, I need to learn that as an older adult. And it's like, well, the time ain't like it was. We didn't have technology back in the day where things was moving forward. They moved stuff on a tweet.
Yeah, that's a good point, because ultimately, I live in Nashville, Tennessee, and we had some protest, and one of the largest protests we had here in Nashville was because 2 high school kids put it together. It was the most peaceful protest. As a matter of fact, President Obama commented on the impact as well as the expansive nature by which this protest was done. Let me say this. Those of you who are watching this, you're listening to the panel. If you're interested in learning those tips, those strategies on how to be a leader, why not join the ReManned Project? I mean, all you have to do is email us at info@remanned.org. And I promise you, you'll be a part of an amazing organization that will help you move from where you are to where you need to be. So, Dr. Fisher, you mentioned about the idea of Paul and Timothy. You mentioned about Elisha or Elisha, however you want to say it.
Tomato.
Exactly. But what do you do when there's a relationship like David and Saul?
Mm-hmm.
David has killed his thousands. Saul has killed his thousands, but David has killed his tens of thousands. This is where I believe, as a Black man, that causes us to not empower the next generation of Black men because of internal jealousy in our own community. Yes. Whereas Saul don't want to hear this young buck coming behind you. You cool, but this young buck coming behind you is doing it. No, because they still want to be the man. Even in our churches, even in schools, even in organizations, the man doesn't want to move off the scene so that this next generation can bring up the Generation X's or the next generation. Speak to that a little bit.
Well, listen, I've experienced that. I mean, you can look at my swag and tell that there's probably a lot of pastors that have a problem when I walk in the room, and I'm fine with that. But here's what I realized. The one person we never talk about in that story, though, with Saul and David, is Jonathan.
That's right.
So we need more Jonathans, who are the ones that comfort the Davids when they've been cut by Saul, and also who can sit at the table with Saul and say, "You tripping."
Yeah.
And so, what we need is people who see it and can see the bishop or the elder acting out of envy, right? And have those conversations out of relationship and say, why you didn't give that youngster a chance? Why you being so hard? I had advocates, right? Because the older generation, sometimes, even with my father, he's gone on to be in glory, but man, my mom was, I guess, a sister Jonathan, or the chairman of the deacon board. And so sometimes my dad would do things like, I don't understand this next generation. And they would turn around and say, he act just like you. Mm-hmm. And so that's what's missing in that. And I think that we need less yes people that are serving under these people of power, and we need more advocates for change that say, listen, you had your season. You did really good, Bishop. You did great, Elder. You rocked it. But you older now, right?
Yeah.
And those knees ain't gonna let you walk in the same way. Let you pastor do it. And so I think when we resurrect the Jonathans in the story, we'll see the mending happening between the Sauls and the Davids.
That's good.
I think a lot of time, I think we got to embrace change. You got to embrace evolution. I think a lot of times the old ways, and I see it through sports, and you can see it like as far as with coaching and stuff. People want to know what you're about. They want to know who you are personally. They want to know the authenticity of. And I think a lot of times we need to share those stories. Like, you may have the wisdom, but what does it sound? It sounds better coming from me because I'm closer in age. I'm closer in experience. And I think sometimes when you got the old head on the block, well, man, you don't know how to hustle like I used to hustle. Well, it's totally different. Their rules or what they respect is not the same as what they were brought up on. So you can't put them under the same stipulations of what you had because their world is totally different. It's a technological world. So we all on our phones, we're doing internet, we're tweeting, we're texting, we're doing all things on our phone. So we never had the privilege of having that perk or whatnot. So the biggest thing of what I see in today's, we had to find leaders who willing to adjust and say, like the older guys, it's all right for these young guys to lead the march. Now I can give them the wisdom. I can be behind a closed door, and I think that's a big issue when guys still want to be in the front. When you didn't wait, you didn't, like you said earlier, Dr. Fisher, you had your time. Let's ease you on in, but when it's time to go, let them go. You gotta learn how to pass the baton. So I think that's a part of it as well.
And let me say this one last thing. I think it is important that nobody attempt to own the movement. Because what happens is the older you get, it's easy to happen. I think you start owning what doesn't belong to you.
That's good.
So they start saying that's my church, or they start saying that's my movement. No, you were used by God in that season to establish that particular leg of that marathon, right? But you can't own the whole race, bro.
Yeah.
When you understand I don't own this, then you're more comfortable with letting it go when it is time, because it is not yours. You just played a part. And I pray about that often. I do a lot of work, and I know I'm already planning for years down the line. When the day comes when God taps me on the shoulder and says, all right, it's time for you to hand it off to somebody else. And my prayer always is, God, remind me that I am a steward. I'm not an owner. That's two different things. I'm a steward over this moment. I can't own it. So I think that when they put that back into the narrative as well, they'll hand it off.
Yeah, absolutely agree. So we talking about church. Let's now move over to church. Now, when you look at any church, the vast majority of any church, particularly in the African American community, is made up of women. Now, our sermons are geared toward women. What we do in church is geared towards women. You don't believe me? Let me prove it to you. Hold your neighbor's hand. Now, what man really wants to hold another man's hand for a length of time to pray? Not many. When we preach sermons, touch your neighbor and tell him, girl, you're going to get this. I'm not looking at another man saying whatever. Now those are trite examples. I'll admit that. However, in what way has the church emasculated the experience for the man?
Oh my God. I mean, yeah. I mean, but it was lucrative, right? Because all you got to do is preach to the broken woman, and you get private jets and you get, limos. I mean, that's how we fell into that. I think that they definitely have emasculated the man when every message is, you don't need that no good Negro. Every message, go get it, girl. It's your time, your season, your moment. When you get back home, tell him to pack his stuff and get out, and yeah. So, I mean, the messages, the conferences, the revivals, all of it, left no room for the man to be built up. And that wasn't by mistake. That was, again, intentional. And I know a lot of pastors probably are clutching they handkerchief, when I say that, but it was intentional because a man is logical and you have to be more educated to preach to a man. Now, that's not saying women are not educated, but what I am saying is that it is a little easier to appeal to the emotions of a woman.
That's it.
Than it is to appeal to the emotions of a man.
I think
preachers, a lot of them, they're not educated enough to make that text make sense. So what I want to do is take that text and turn it into and no matter what, you're going to get you a new man, right? And then, everybody starts shouting, hollering, and screaming. That's an easy cop-out. And that's why they went in that direction. Because when you preach to men, make this make sense to me, bruh. Because when I come down this aisle, I'm not coming down this aisle because it's a feel-good moment. I've thought this over. And this is a logical decision for me to give my life to Christ, not an emotional one.
I think you said it well. At the end of the day, church has been relegated to an emotional experience. It has been reduced to, as preachers, how can we make people shout? As preachers, how can we make people dance? But that does not speak to the plight of the Black man. It does not speak to the issues that as a man, I have to deal with. What is God saying about this police officer that just shot my son? What is God saying about the police officer that just put his knee on this guy's neck? What is God saying about that? But here's the choice. I got a choice as a Black man to sit there and listen to it, or I have a choice to say, I ain't coming to this. And often the choice of the Black man is not to come. How do we change that narrative? How do we change that ideology that speaks to, this is an emotional driven church? Because men are logical, we're more analytical, we're as you said, we're thinkers. Again, this is not to say that women are not thinkers. Let me give a huge disclaimer, because I don't want any negative feedback from me. Dr. Fisher said it first, so if you got negative feedback, make sure it goes to him.
But I clarified it. Don't do that.
No. So let's speak to that. How do we change that in church? Because as men, we got to see other men in church. We got to see other men in leadership, and that will help change the perspective of men.
Well, I can't really speak to church. I wasn't raised in the church or anything like that. But what I will say, as far as changing the ideology, I think you had to do your own research. It has to be a point where you do your own thing and you question. You can challenge it respectfully. And I think that's very important. You can't just go by on everything that you see, because everything ain't glitter, ain't gold. Like you said, from y'all conversation that we just was having, from only imagine what the church is like in those spaces, I can only imagine how would you feel or ostracized in those spaces and not feeling like you belong at times and stuff like that. So really do your homework and know who you're dealing with, knowing the person. Because I always say, when somebody meet me, learn who I am, really understand, because you're gonna get all of me. You ain't gonna just get, I'm not just for show. So understand whoever the demographic that you're in or in that space. Know what's going on, and you can hear from the dialogue and the language that you constantly hearing on I would assume on Sundays or whenever you would go to church and hearing the sermon, speaking, everything like that. So that's my little 2 cents.
No, that's good.
Yeah, no, that's good. And I think that from my angle of being a pastor is that my dad always empowered the men, and I was intentional in restoring the original message, and that was to empower the man and then to educate the woman on how she could stand with that man, right? The serpent's message is to empower the woman, right? And not to even speak to the man. So the serpent never even talks to the man. He only talks to the woman, empowers her, sends her out with fruit, and then boom, everything else goes how it goes. Mm-hmm. But God gave the instructions to the man first. Mm-hmm. And so I think that in all these churches, what's going to need to happen is pastors need to get up and they need to empower the man. And any real woman, I tell them this all the time, any real woman don't have a problem with a strong man. They don't have a problem with, this is a word we hate to use, but subjecting or humbling themselves to a real man. they don't have a problem with it. So if you want to make your church grow, you empower those men. And where the men are, right, we can go spiritual, you know, the women will come. Or we can go flesh. Where there's good men, the women will come. Either way it goes, it'll grow and it'll grow properly.
So then let me ask both of you this. Does church reach men? Does the church reach men?
I would say that that answer would have to probably be subjective to what church you go to.
Yeah.
I think some of them don't. Then again, that's intentional. But I think that many of them, like my church, you know, we have a huge male following. I mean, Morton, I mean, he's doing kingdom work, you know, and he's reaching men. So I think that that's probably subjective.
For me, I can't answer that. I'm not in the church, so I can't answer that. I don't want to give no false narratives or anything like that.
Yeah, and see, that's why I asked the question that way, to be vague, to determine the response, because ultimately the answer is yes and no. The answer is yes, the church is reaching men, depending upon what church you're affiliated with. The answer is also no, the church at large is not reaching men. When I say that, I mean if you take a group of churches and you lump them into one basket, most of those churches may not be doing their lion's share of reaching men, but you do have a good group of churches that are. My other point in that is asking that because for those who aren't into church, who don't go to church, who's like, man, church ain't for me. What is it about the church that people feel I'm not gonna go? You know, is it because men don't see themselves in the church? Is it because men don't see themselves in leadership in the church? Or is it because men see other fake things in the church so that real is not attracted to fake? Could that be it too?
Oh, I can answer that. I can answer that question. Well, I wasn't raised as a Christian. I was raised as Muslim. As I got older, I started trying to decipher what I wanted to believe in, and it's stuff that I like from Christianity, stuff that I like from being a Muslim, and now I'm spiritual. So for me, I never had that opportunity to, you know, I'll go with my friends sometimes to the church, but I didn't have that feel of who are you speaking to? It kind of conflicted in a way of understanding exactly what the Bible was saying, exactly what the Quran was saying. So I was always a conflicted child, understanding like when I go to my friend's house, I got to go to church, but I'm a little tuned out because it's not consistent. I'm not consistently hearing a message. I'm getting a different message at home. So for me, I would definitely say from what I see now from an outside perspective, it's like commercialized. You're seeing a lot of people like, and I don't judge nobody because everybody has whatever they're trying to reach, they have something ulterior motive, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. I'm not here to be a judge for that. But what I see when you're seeing some pastors that I see, it's like, are you rapping or are you speaking the word? Because if you got a word, I'm going to listen, regardless of what religion that you speak, and I don't care what it is. So it's from what you see, and I think everything's commercialized now, and not just with church, everything. But when I see that, I'm like, are you really preaching the word, or are you doing it for the likes and the clicks or the bait or whatever or whatnot?
Yeah.
And that is exactly the reason why they're not coming to church. And that's a perfect answer, because I think that when people come to church, and this is both for men, women, and especially the millennials, Generation Z, they're asking the same question that was asked in the text. Is there any word from the Lord, right? So when you got things going on like this in our culture, we don't want to hear about haters. And I'm sick and tired of everybody talking about how to live single and saved, right? Or, you know, you got all the solutions on how to make a marriage work every single week, bro, for 3 months. Like, I don't want to see you and your wife up there sharing the sermon. Like, I want to know, what is God saying right now in this moment about what I just saw on that television? Because if I saw it in my flesh, God had to see it in the spirit. And so I think that the church, as well as the nation, all of them, they're going to have to broaden their message and include what God is really saying, right? Which may not be able to be packaged. We may not be able to sell it on DVDs and put it on the final call, you know, or make it a brand, but the people will be drawn to it, like he just said, because they will know. You just know, right? That when it's a word,
Yeah.
you just know. You can't. My daddy told an old story of a woman that walked up to a preacher and said, I may not know what the Holy Ghost is, but I know what the Holy Ghost ain't. And you ain't got the Holy Ghost. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know how to describe that. I know this is a word, but I just know what I just heard wasn't one. And I think that once we go back to being clear about this is what God is saying exactly about this point, then people's ears will be back open to it.
Yeah, that's good. Now, the reason I wanted to talk about this area of church, and mainly it's really in the area of religion, because when we go back to slavery, the church is all that Black people had. That's it. That was our way of escape. That was our way of refuge. That was where we felt like we were somebody. That was where, I could be getting my tail beat out here picking cotton, but once I get to the church, I am now deacon somebody. I could be getting, tore out the frame out here, by master. But when I get to the church, I'm now a choir member that has a voice now. What then now? Because then the church, even when you look at the civil rights movement, religion, the church, whether it be Christianity, Islam, whatever religious sect that you're part of, the church was responsible for empowering the movement. What fueled the movement was the church. Fact. When you look at history and you really give a deep dive in the historical narrative of the civil rights movement, when you look at different things of that nature, it was the church that fueled that. Education, we come into that, but it was the church. What then now is our responsibility to do as the church, as religious entities, whether it be Christianity, Islam, whether it be Buddhism, Hinduism, whatever you believe in, what is our responsibility to the Black man?
No, go ahead, man.
I think the biggest thing is you got to get to the root, and I'm gonna take it back. I'm gonna take it a step further back from there. A lot of times it's been Eurocentric. It's been like what I felt like about religion and all religions in a way that they use religion to hold the Black man down. And what I mean by that was slavery. They was using that as tactics. So as you moving forward, and so you stated about the church was a mover for everything. People now, you could do church online. I don't think you get that same feel when I get to see your face, where I get to see your feelings, your emotions in it. And once again, when you doing it on the camera and I'm looking through it on a live, I'm not getting the same feel because I want to see the person. I want to look in your eyes directly and seeing how the crowd move. Do you really feel this word? So I think it's very, very important that if we're going to get back to those times, we got to get back to educating. And what does it look like? It's not doing it for show. Because I think that's a scary, when you're playing with social media and you playing with, when you're trying to make money off of things like that. And I think that's very, very important. Religion in itself, you can't commercialize that. That has to be something that's organic, normal, something that's that we're going to use that as a staple for what we believe in, and normalizing that. I think we're getting away from that, from what I'm seeing on the outside looking in. And I think that's a scary thing if we want people, and like especially kids, to go into church. Come as you are. Yeah, absolutely. Come as you are. But when you don't have that face-to-face interaction, and we don't have that, we taking that away, that's not their world anymore. So we got to find ways to reach them in a different perspective.
Okay. And I'll say quickly that the common thread, I studied world religion for about 2.5 years, and there's a common thread in all of them.
Yeah.
That whether they serve, let me make this very clear. Like, so my God, the one I believe is God's God and Jesus Christ and all that, right? And the Muslims are our cousins based to the scripture, But in all of it, Buddha, it doesn't matter. Here's a common thread that the deity or the higher power is teaching its followers on how to move the culture and the climate in a path that will glorify humanity as a whole. All of it. That's really the sum of it, right? So the church particularly is going to get back to that place where we are empowering our communities, that we are talking about integrity and character and how we ought to live with a mindset of being moral and loving our fellow brother, and how to tear down the wickedness and bring justice to those that can't speak for themselves. That needs to be the message of the church. That needs to be the message of the nation. That needs to be the message, period. That it's not about the buildings, right? It's not about being superstars once a week, but it's about us empowering the neighborhoods that surround the mosque and surround the church. That's how we can help our young Black men. That's how we can help Black men, period, our communities, and rebuild our families, right? So at Greater Zion and Compton, I'm not trying to advocate for you to come to church. I'm advocating for you to get an education. So out of our nonprofit, we're going to run a college summit that's going to introduce you to all the people who are over admissions for the Cal States and the UCs. You ain't never got to come to service here, but I want to make sure that we connect you to the resources you need. That's what the church needs to be and become. And even the mosques, right? We need our own banks. We need to build our own credit unions, so that we can empower the people with resources and connect them to the things that they can get on now. That's what Christ did. That's the whole symbol of the cross.
Yeah.
Was connecting us.
That's good. So I say this, at the end of the day, as Black men, we got work to do. As men, we got work to do. Whether it be in politics, in religion, in education, in banking, whatever it is, we got work to do. And I'm inspired even by this conversation to know that our future really is in good hands. That even if it's just our generation or the generation that's coming behind us, it's in good hands. As we close, we got to close, unfortunately. But here's something that I want to do. Take 1 minute and give a final thought. What would you say to the Black man that's listening to this, that feels attacked, that feels as if the world is on their shoulders? What would you say to this man?
I would say to you listening to me that you were born for a time such as this, and that all of the pain that you have gone through is so that you would understand the people you need to rescue. No one would ever take advice from someone who has not had to struggle, who doesn't know what it is to go through the valley, and doesn't know what it is to have to pick themselves up and restore their life or restore their finances. So everything you've gone through, don't let it make you bitter, right? Use that as ammunition to be relevant to the culture and the community that you are assigned to. That would be my advice to you.
Definitely.
My advice would be, as a Frederick Douglass quote, is it says, if there's no struggle, there's no progress. And I think we did enough struggling, and I think it's time to start progressing and knowing your worth and value yourself. And like I said, do not be afraid to ask for help from another Black brother or anybody that you see. Lead your kingdom, because I'm going to lead mine.
That's good. On that note, I
like that, man.
You literally dropped the mic on that. Let me introduce Dr. Morton, Dr. Donald Morton. He's going to come on right now. He is the visionary behind this event, and we thank God for him. And I want to encourage those of you who are listening, if you want to connect with this amazing, amazing program, he's going to tell you how to do it in just a few minutes. Dr. Morton is about to come on in just a second, and he's going to share some more information with us.
Yeah. Yo. Yeah, I wanted to drop the mic. And so somebody stole the drop the mic moment from me. But I'm still gonna drop the mic. Yo, y'all, that was fire. Just absolute fire. 3 brilliant brothers who I genuinely honor and respect. Mike Fisher, that's my dude. Now, Mike Fisher. I call Mike usually when my life is right. If my life is right, then I'll call Mike. Because if it ain't right, he's gonna tell me it ain't right. He's not gonna wait until say, Mike, I'm struggling with something. He's gonna say, hey, Morton, you need to fix this area, man. And so I call him when my life is right. Now, Feast, I just got a chance to meet that brother. He's in Philadelphia. He's close. Yeah. Tremendous brother around mental health and addressing the needs of the Black male in mental health.
And I got to tell you, I knew that there was only one man for the task of moderating this level of brilliance, and that's Daryl Taliaferro. So great conversation. I got nuggets for days, and I feel like our people are the better as a result of the conversation that we had tonight. What do you think, man?
Oh man, you touched on so many things, and the one part that you talked about, bringing along our youth, because they're brilliant. And when you talked about Dr. Martin Luther King, he had a burning giant what people don't talk about, but he had somebody that mentored him for him to step into his greatness. And you guys are great, brilliant.
Absolutely.
So I know the people coming behind you, we're going to be in a great position.
Absolutely. Did Mike, I think Mike called himself Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. X. Yeah, that's the best way. That's the best way to put it. I want to thank y'all. Tonight was about, and I think Daryl, I think you did a great job at this, pushing the envelope. The entire theme really for this is how do we move beyond grievances, right? How do we do something with all that we share, right? At the core of who we are as Black men. I boast about this all the time. I'm no longer pastoring, but when I stopped pastoring, we had 51% men. And it was that helped me to understand that there was an assignment to men, and that men were, to Nafisa's point, spiritual.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Even those that don't necessarily go to church, go to church.
Right.
Spiritual brothers. So inside the ReManned Project, we got Muslims, we got agnostics, we got Christians, we got what are you?
And you got me.
Yeah.
Me and you are very similar paths.
Yeah.
So me and you, we are right there, man. I'm trying to bring him along.
Yeah. I'm sold out for Jesus. But I think the whole spiritual piece is critical, because we were talking about this earlier, Mike and Daryl. Look, I really couldn't care less whether I went back to the church building or not. I have a relationship with God in this space that is more phenomenal than I've ever had in my entire life. I think there's a degree of authenticity that comes out of this space that I've not been able to enjoy in times past. And so that is not to say that we shouldn't go back into the building, but it is to say for me, it's just a really, really unique, healthy space to be able to worship God in this way.
And I'm glad that you guys were able to speak about some of the flaws that you see in the church, why men aren't there. We try to ignore that a lot, but you guys brought it to the table, you talked about it, and we honestly cannot fix something if we don't acknowledge that it's the issue.
Yeah. So I want to thank y'all again, and just really, really grateful for any brother that is out there, and even moms and sisters and ladies and wives. Look, there's no greater place than the ReManned Project. And here's why. We help Black men break cycles of missed potential so that they're able to transform every area of their lives. In a succinct way, we create a masculine space for brothers to be able to express themselves, be in a space with another brother, and not have to be anything less than how he's supposed to show up. There's a scripture, I think it's in Deuteronomy, that says those that have been emasculated shouldn't even be allowed into the temple. That the temple is reserved for those that want to hold on to their masculinity, right? And there has to be a way in order for us to be able to engage God, because the mosque is still growing. Nafis talked about it. The mosque is still growing with Black men. And so there's something that has to be done. It suggests that Black men want God. They may not want him packaged in the way that we are presenting him. And so I'm really, really excited about what took place tonight. We had Steve English saying, man, I'm sending an offering. I mean, he wanted to send an offering to everybody. Just an outstanding time from the bottom of my heart, brothers. Thank y'all, man. Y'all made my evening. We had several great speakers today, And it's not to slight anyone else, but tonight was my favorite part.
This was the energy.
Today.
This
Yeah.
was the energy about the ReManned project.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Steve, what are we supposed to do from here, man? Just kind of hang up from here?
The benediction.
The benediction. See, we Christians over here, right? Now unto him. That is it. Yo, gentlemen, thank y'all so much. I love y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. I'm looking forward to continuing to do this work. And Mike, man, please, man, y'all stop the fires or whatever y'all got going on there. I need a trip to Cali. Y'all know that's my second home, and your governor keeping me locked out of the place. That's oppressive. We start talking about oppression. It's oppressive that I can't make it to California. I want to shout out to Pyro, who is handling the production of a whole lot of stuff. I want to shout out to Kwame and Pyro and his team. Steve English for managing here. Pyro's in Cali.
Bringing people from in and out, from all over the country, bringing people in and out. Like
It's a whole situation, y'all. I promise you. It's
like
a whole
the
situation.
Same
Yeah, absolutely. So I love y'all, man. Enjoy your evenings. And again, thank you on behalf of the ReManned Projects team. Thank you. Join us tomorrow, 9 o'clock in the morning. We will be back at it. And we'll talk and kind of give a recap of today. And then also have a period of that we call Morning Glory, a time of worship for men. That is non-sectarian kind of worship for men. And then we've got a time of fitness with Barry Milburn. Today, he didn't do nothing fitness. He just talked the entire time. So tomorrow, hopefully we do some push-ups or something that gets our blood running, and then we'll get into the rest of the day. Patrick Patterson will be here. George Gibson will be. Mike and Dee Dee Freeman will have a family night tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. So it's going to be crazy. Do me a favor. Post a link on everybody's social media. Push it for tomorrow so that we continue. As the church say, we going to have Mike. I feel like hooping, man. Yes, sir.
Forget about Saturday.
Saturday is graduation. Brothers from the ReManned Project will graduate on this coming Saturday. They'll get their coveted blue blazers and their diplomas. 6 months of hard work that these brothers have put in. And I'm really, really proud of them. So tune in on Saturday. Listen, whatever you do, just sleep by your computer and make sure that you tune in anytime. Hit that bell. Make sure that you tune in anytime that we're live.
Morton, am I not supposed to talk, Morton? Am I not supposed to talk? Because I need to say something while we live.
Mike, are you going to prophesy? Am I doing anything wrong?
No, but I just want to say though that I think that it is amazing what you pulled off and what you're doing, and I think that it is in this moment, in this time, that it is so needed. And I think that the point that people don't know is that when you tried to do it, God put a pause on it because we weren't thirsty enough for it, and that this is literally on time. And that it is really quenching a whole lot of people's thirst in this moment and hour that probably gave up on the restructuring and the reviving of the Black man. So I just want to jump in and say that, man, I love you, bro.
I love you more, man. And thank you for that. The truth of the matter is, I think I heard you say it earlier. God had to wait for me to go through all the things that I needed to go through to emerge in this moment as an expert that doesn't even come. I got degrees too. Didn't come through education. It came through experience, the deep experiences, some of which were painful, but incredibly meaningful. And so I'm grateful to God that he allowed me to emerge and that I'm able to help another brother. So I love you guys so much. Enjoy your evening. And I'll see you guys on tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Mike, you need to show up too. I know it's 6 o'clock your time, but I need you. I love y'all, brothers. Everybody watching, good night. See you tomorrow.